Yo, Yanni, how's it going? Okay, we're also live on YouTube now. I configured the multiple output shit. So we have that. Okay, YouTube is running. Multiple outputs is running. 130 hours to go at work home. Gotcha. Let me do a test message. Wonderful, that works. Okay. Great dilemma of playing either PoE or Stalker 2. There's not going to be any dilemma starting on the 6th, though. That's the good part. Okay, let me modify. I did a mistake here on the bitrate for the audio. Now I changed that. It's probably not gonna matter for this stream, but it's for the future. So that they are basically fixed for the YouTube stream. Okay, so that is done. Okay, back to chat now. Now I see the chat. Taru. Yeah, man. Gonna be fucking sick. Okay, so now we are fully operating. As you can see, I changed my mic thingy here. The problem is it is not made to be this. It's not made to be this way. But I was like, you know what? I went to look at like low profile microphone arms, and they're like 200 euros. Even on Black Friday, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm not paying that shit for sure. And that's why I was like, you know what? Let's give it a try like this. So maybe this is actually gonna solve my problem. But I need to get a screwdriver to tighten the screw right here. Else it's gonna go up all the time. Give me a second. Yo, Danish, how's it going? Joined the first Giga Chat. Okay, let me see here. Wonderful. Only problem about setting it up like this is that this part right here, this one, this is gonna do this one all the time because it's made for hanging. Therefore, it can turn very easily. But I mean, in theory, I shouldn't even touch it. So there shouldn't be a big problem in this. I mean, I could actually, maybe I could do it like this. Oh, wait, that works even better. Sorry, guys. Danish, how's it going? Yanni, how's it going? Because this way, it's not gonna turn like this, you know? But it would be turning like this, but like this it won't turn. And this way, I can tighten this one more. And then it's gonna be good. Actually. Yes! This is it, boys. Okay. I don't know why I didn't get the idea of doing this like way earlier. A boy in his new toys. No, I mean the mic arm is as old as it gets. Literally. This is the mic arm, the microphone, the Go XLR. Those are all things that I have bought when I started content creation. They haven't been upgraded. And so far I also don't see the reason. Like, I would have bought another microphone arm, a low profile one, but I guess this solution actually fixes and saves me like $200, so I'm very happy with that. Yo, Gary, how's it going? I hope you're good, Gary. How have you been? Buzzkiller, good morning from Texas. Good morning from Texas. How's it going, Buzzkiller? I hope you're good. Are you hyped? We need a countdown, boys. Let's get an OBS countdown going. Okay. Let's see here. We need when is it? It's less than 5 hours now, right? It's 4 hours 55 0. Show minutes, seconds, text color. Text color. What text color are we gonna do? I don't know, maybe red? Yeah, let's see. Holy moly, this looks fucking... Wait, am I not showing this? Oh, wait. There we go. Need to go back. Open PoE on the second screen and crop the area. Lord, I'm hyped trying to make it through workday and watch live stream. Let's go. Work is slowed down to weather, but I'm working today, so that's good. Nice, Gary. That's great. Every time countdown digits change. What? 5 hours, boys. 5 hours, boys. We're trying to make a freaking widget. But why? Why do they put this shit in circles, man? What the fuck? Just give me the thing without the circles. This? Aha. There you go. Okay. Okay, where's the countdown? I need to make a new browser source. A browser source countdown. There we go. Okay, can we make this a little bit thicker? More thickness. Guess this is fine, huh? Some cable sell it with browser source. Oh my god. How's it going, Cut? How are you? Okay, there we go. We got this set up. Okay, so on a scale from 1 to 10, how fucking hyped is everyone? Like, literal 1 to 10. This didn't work. It went from 3 to 8, 9? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's what she said. And I'm about to eat some 2x spicy bulldog ramen. Holy fuck, what the fuck is that? Okay, let me change my camera position here as well for today. Let's go like this. So, we're gonna, for the very first time with you guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hop into the PoE 2 category. Holy moly. There we go, man. We're in, boys. We are in. When I eat, my face starts to tingle and I feel high for like 10 minutes from the pain. Oh my god. We are hyping Path of Exile 2 early access stream. Early access reveal stream. Gary. Is there a better website? OBS countdown. Turn up to 11. True. Would have been. Yo, Revent, how's it going? Been saying just open a new window, done some random time window capture and crop the feed capture. Afternoon. Yo, Copite, how's it going? Just open a new window, done some random time window captured it and cropped the capture. Yeah, but then you have to keep up the freaking web page all the time, you know? This way I don't have to keep a web page open all the time. Let's add a image as well real quick. The thing is huge. Let's see here. This is gonna take a while. Holy moly. This thing is gigantic. There you go. See, it's moving in slowly. I've been making it smaller and smaller since ages. Look, I've been doing this for I've been doing this for so long. This thing is fucking huge. Okay, now we go. Lol. It's snowing. True. There we go, boys. That's what she said. True. Mark of Death knows. Okay, wait. Can I do this here real quick? Can I snap this one like that? Should probably change the color now, huh? Okay, we need a different countdown color now. Fuck. I think we just go with white, huh? Should be visible. Makes sense. True. Foggy, how's it going? Snow poggies, winter. You know what a good thing is about winter? The good thing about winter is that less people want to go out with you. So there is like less of a reason that you have to leave the PC. You know? I think that's a very, very good thing. Okay, this one is a bit bigger. But then we're done. On the sun that reflects on the monitor. True, but you gotta be smart. Just don't have a window in in front of your PC. You know, the only window I have is over there, way far away from the monitors. Bro doesn't have blackout curtains. True. Forky, man, come on. We want some more pro behavior here. The counter is too big. It's too big, boys! Oh, wait. Let's go like this. This seems reasonable. Hello? Why can't I move the PoE? Ah. Hello? Ah. Okay, there we go. How do you not have I can't as an emote? Uh-oh. Let me add it right now. 7TV. Okay. Emotes. I can't. You did it, but it didn't. Ah, there you go. Log in. If you're not spamming it right now, you're doing it wrong. Okay, so what are we watching? We're going Path of Exile 2. Before I got to peak 250 or glyphs to 200. Nice, Gary. Something Fritze. What? Reporting out of his basement prison? Kick W. Mr. Fancy Pants having a window in his room. Every time I see Chronics die in PoE 2, man, it's gonna be a lot of deaths though. Not gonna lie. Gonna be very interesting. I have watched Havoc's video, was amazing by the way. I thought the subtitles were too much work because he showed me real quick. But what was crazy was when I was watching the video from start to finish, I couldn't stop looking at the subtitles. So it was definitely a smart move doing it. Although I had to really focus to not look at the subtitles, which was very weird. But it was a great video. Also, like, it's crazy how his takes are exactly what I think as well. Yeah, exactly, Yanni. Okay. What do we have? Monk gameplay, which playthrough? I think I haven't seen this, to be honest. Oh, Lolcohol goes full time. Log in. That's huge news. Congrats, I guess. Okay. I guess we're watching this one. I haven't seen this. Oh, wait, wrong audio source. Okay, we have this. What's going on? Uh-huh. Okay, let me know how the sound is. Ah, this is loud for me. Holy moly. Wait, is this? Oh, wait, this is couch co-op, right? I don't want to watch couch co-op, though. What is this? Full gameplay? 2 hours. I want to know which classes, though. I haven't seen that much witch or sorg stuff. I guess we're just gonna... Diablo 4 players will hate Path of Exile 2. Okay, bro. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're just typing in sorg, huh? Sorceress gameplay. That looks good, but it's 14 minutes. Okay. Whose video? Which one? Sorry. Don't remember. Okay, so how is the sound on this one? Should be shit.
I'm a huge fan of the game, and I want to give you my thoughts on some of the bosses, the areas, the characters, the abilities. I want to give you my thoughts on the game overall, and even the dodge roll that they added into the game. There's going to be some big changes that will come.
Wait a second.
And I understand that many of the things that even I'm seeing will change in the future. But I want to give you my overall thoughts for right now, and if I would consider playing
you mean Para
or covering this game on my YouTube channel.
How is this sound?
So let's get started. Just to be upfront with you, this is a sponsored video. I was flown out, they paid for my flights, they paid for my hotels, and this is a paid sponsored video. But it's just to really show off the gameplay and give you my honest opinion. Now, I'm someone that likes challenge in games. I want to lose, I want to fight a crazy boss with crazy attacks and learn the patterns and yada yada yada. And I felt like a lot of the bosses were awesome. They felt great, and I really enjoyed fighting them. And when I beat them, I was like, yes!
So I got a pause here already. I think like he just demolished with an AoE. Wait,
Just
no,
to
he
be
started
upfront,
with like half
This
HP.
is a sponsored video. I was flown out. They paid for my flights. They paid for my hotels. And this is
Did you see the damage there? Like, holy moly, just literally 5 to 10% HP and just boom.
a paid sponsored video. But it's just to really show off the gameplay and give you my
Like,
honest
he's
opinion.
blasting.
Now, I'm someone that likes challenging.
We don't know what his level is though, right? Let's actually watch this muted. Man, we need like a leveling, like a character level icon somewhere, man, to judge this, because it looks like he's like way over leveled, right? Sound is too low. Well, it doesn't matter. I muted it. Maybe for the others, we're gonna take a look. It's like, this is gonna be so interesting to me, like finding all the bosses. Oh, sorry. The optional bosses, and then learning the pathing for the optimal bosses as well, and then going from boss to boss to boss, clearing them, and then getting better at killing the bosses in the first place, fine-tuning your builds. Oh my god, man, I'm so looking forward to this. Yeah, I don't know. I can't watch it muted, but I just want, literally, I just want gameplay. I don't want any talk. Wait, is this MTash? Yeah, that's MTash. Is this good? Yeah, let's watch this. Okay, let me know about sound, please. Yeah, it's impossible to see Buzz Killer. You only see it when you open the character menu. No, there is no level cap. There is stuff hidden behind my camera. Just a tiny bit. Like so. Look at this. There's a little bit of XP right here. So let me see here. Movement animation looks so fucking great. Just watching it makes me feel like I'm actually stepping on a tiny part of the floor and not a texture tile or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't look at that shit. Different because of the optional content. Yeah, that's true, Revan. I mean, I can move the camera. Sure. Like so. Don't know if we finally get the scaling slider for the interface. Maybe. What I've found was while I was looking through a lot of content, I have seen people hover the settings real quick, and there was an option for centered UI that I saw on, I don't remember which video, I have no clue, but it was in the settings. It literally said centered UI. So maybe when you do centered UI, but I mean the centered UI is gonna be the same shit as it is on right now on PoE 1, right? Where instead when you have a wide screen, it would put the two globes at the left and the right side. And with the centered UI, it just brings them together if you have a wide screen, right? I think it's gonna be exactly that. I do hope that there is an UI slider. That would be so good, man. Yeah, exactly. I just want to make everything disappear. Like, just hide everything. Except my skills, maybe. Or something like that. skills and flasks. I don't need the fucking outline here. The texture, I don't need that. You just show me the XP bar, the flasks, and the skills. And for the skills, I actually only really need to see the ones with the cooldown. Everything else, I don't fucking care about. Right, everything else, just hide it. That would be very good if we would have something like that. But maybe if we are loud enough, they're gonna give us the option to like manipulate the UI just a little bit, not like move it around, but at least some scalers, you know. Lua interface add-ons for PoE2 like they have in WoW. That would be fucking insane, man. If you have that, holy fuck, man. That would be fucking insane. Not gonna lie. Yeah, he blasted the boss as well, right? Oh, wait, they just skipped to the boss? Watch out, spoilers, boys, I guess. Yeah, this one is gonna be really tough, I think. This one is really tough. From what it looks like. But the damage is insane of this character. It probably is like giga over leveled. Either Sorg is OP or they are giga over leveled, like 2-3 levels. Which might actually be the way to play the game, you know, early on. It was sparked. There's literally 0 damage, man. Wait, what? What was that damage? What the fuck? What was that? I'm speedrunning everything, cut. I don't fucking care. I'm rushing through that shit. If I get stuck on a boss, then I just go back one area, clear it again, and then I go and try the boss again. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm literally just gonna run through the shit. Just literally straight up running through. If there's a boss I can't beat, I clear the area again one more time until I have a level up, and then I try the boss again. I fucking don't care. Gotta go fast. Yeah, I literally don't fucking care. It's gonna die to white mobs. Bro, I played the game already. You can definitely walk past a lot of monsters. I played at Gamescom. It was definitely possible. And what is this one gonna drop? I think this one is optional, huh? Haven't seen this one before a lot, so it has to be optional. Let's skip. Let's skip. I just want to see what it drops. Actually. Ruined skull cap. Okay. Please hover over it. Rune and Blazon Crest means freedom or for a worthy cause. Okay, well then this one is actually not optional. It's a quest boss probably. Yeah, it was with a checkpoint, so it's not optional. Yeah, unidentify this one. What's this? Bloodthorn adds physical damage, reflects strength, chance to cause bleeding on hit. Holy moly. That's some trash right there. I mean, okay, but if you don't have anything else, I guess you can just use that one, right? But, well, I've seen this one. It's the woman, right? That's either the woman or Draven. I think that first is the woman ghost, right? Yeah, there you go. This one is mandatory as well, from what I remember. No, this one is optional. This one is actually optional, but she drops something. Let me see. I mean, you guys want to see the boss fights probably, right? I just want to see the loot, see if I have to kill these or not. The damage is really good if you ask me. Like, I don't know if fire or like if Sork is just very strong, or if it's overleveled. But I played Sork at Gamescom. Sork was the best class, the strongest class that I played for sure. By not, but like definitely the strongest class that I played, 100%. I literally played Flame Wall, exactly the same build that this person is playing. I was playing. You had Rolling Magma, Flame Wall, and the Orb. Yeah, this build was extremely strong. At Gamescom, I played the exact same thing. This one didn't drop any of the... Okay, so this one is mandatory then as well. This is Draven. It's called Paint. Yeah, I don't know how we can do this. Because I don't want to cover too much screen for the announcement. And I also will take a lot of notes so that I can do the recap properly. We're going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch the whole Q&A. I'm going to take notes the whole time. That sounds like work. And what do you think I'm doing here, Foki? Yeah, Draven is insanely cool, I think. But I don't think they are hard per se. But I mean, I haven't played against them, so I wouldn't know. But like from what they look, from how they look, it should be a big problem. Yeah, this is Rolling Magma. I thought it looks like a little bit like a fireball or something, but it's actually Rolling Magma. I'm swinging X. Lul. Q2 waiting room, let's go. True. That fire orb reminds me of current Void Sphere of running. Just the fire version seems insanely potent. Potent! Entertaining? I don't think I'm entertaining. I'm literally just here. Taking notes is just too much. No, if you wouldn't know what I'm doing on the second screen here, kick W, man. Sometimes. Literally just working all the time, basically. No, I'm not playing another game. Prepping for the OSRS League, kick W. Oh yeah, this one, I remember this one. This guy transforms and then gets like giga big. Yeah, this graveyard area looks nice. If you look at this, man, how many fucking bosses has this person already fought? And this is fucking Act 1. Can you remember? This is insane, man. There's literally in Act 1, there's Brutus and Mervale. And that's it, man. You can't even count Hillock. That's not even a boss fight. Right? And you fight already 2 bosses that are harder than Mervale and Brutus. Like the first 2 bosses are already harder or like more complex. Well, probably not the first boss. Okay, let's include Hillock then. Hillock, Brutus, and Mervale, right? It's 3 bosses. And then the bosses that you have seen here is already way more. It's already way more than fucking Act 1 and Act 2 combined, man. It's insane. This is just Act 1. And there is so much more still to come, man. There is still, in Act 1, there is still the Executioner left. Damage is now shit. Well, you don't know how much they have been over-leveling before, right? And now they're maybe on level. He's also not hitting anything. Like, somehow he's not hitting shit. Now he's hitting stuff. This actually damage is okay, in my opinion. It just needs to hit. He's also not doing double bounces on the rolling magma. Right. Like here you can see the downside of not playing WASD. This player is running so much without casting. This wouldn't happen at all with WASD. Absolutely impossible. With WASD, this person's DPS would be much higher.
Join your family.
Yeah, that's right, Twisted Arrow. See, there is Executioner still, and then there is still the count at the very end. So there's like, this is a supercut of bosses for Act 1. And it's 28 minutes long just for bosses. Can you imagine? That is crazy. I mean, he's also not hitting stuff that well, but still, right? I mean, that's due to not playing WASD for sure. Oh, that was close. That is crazy. Yo, I haven't seen that ability. What was that? That was his Q. What was that? That was interesting. Did you see that? Some form of channel close range. They are announcing season 7 for Diablo. Ah, that's not the important day. Ship that cheese. That is not what I think the most important part of the day is. Have you not seen the thumbnail of the YouTube live stream? This game visually looks so good. Can't wait to play it and match that with gameplay feel. Gameplay feels fucking insane. Yeah, this ability is new. I haven't seen this one before. I don't know how you're supposed to do that one as a Sorc, man. You're fucking squishy and then you need to be in melee range to channel that shit. That's gonna be rough. I did this one on the Ranger, I think. I was way faster in damage. But I was also playing WASD, so there's that. I mean, yeah. Twisted Errors is probably right. They're probably just taking their time as well, killing it, showcasing the boss abilities and shit. Oh wait, it is WASD he's using. You are right, actually, Top Monk. True. You guys are right. Holy moly, why does he have so much downtime between casts then? Lol. Okay. Well, I guess we can give them the benefit of the doubt that they are trying to showcase the bosses, huh? They are one bad. Yo, there is still the what's it called? There is still this boss, the candle boss. Holy moly, I completely forgot about the candle boss. Holy shit, man. Maybe a gaming journalist is playing. Yeah, true. Now, I'm just saying that there is so much downtime. Like, they are running so much without casting, which I thought it has to be not WASD, right? Because you can, like, constantly cast. Yo, Rod B, how's it going? This dude, like, Varyketh from Sanctum? It is Varyketh from Sanctum. They literally just copied the model over Revent. It is exactly from Sanctum. It's the same dude. You can channel Fire Blast on with is the area. You can channel some fire orb thing. Yeah, Top Monk. That is correct. Yeah, you can shoot at the fire orb to enhance your abilities. If I remember correctly, you could firewall the orb and then also rolling magma through the orb that is firewalled to increase your damage even more. This is the combo gameplay that they've been promoting this much. See? Like, you blast the firewall here with the orb here, and now you blast rolling magma through this, and it's gonna blast. You think PoE 2 will be as hard as your video warning? Well, I don't know how good of a gamer you are, but if you're having trouble killing a boss in Diablo 4, I think it's gonna be very hard for you, for example. Isn't that a missed opportunity? Wasn't it supposed to be more accessible? Yeah, Rodman. This is exactly what I am curious about as well. But what Jonathan has been asked that exact question, because you are completely right. They are going for more accessibility and making it new player friendly. But at the same time, they are making a very hard game. And their conclusion or their reason for that is that they are saying, well, Elden Ring is also a very hard game, but it's massively popular. So they're like, well, there is a way of doing it. I am not confusing complexity with challenge. The person asking was asking about hard, and I define hard as a challenge, right? Like, the bosses are gonna be very challenging. Not all of them, but most of them, probably. I mean, I played a boss. I killed Balbala at Gamescom. It was around level 22 or 24, I think. On level. I was on level. I was limit testing. But it took me like 10 tries limit testing to kill it, and I would consider myself a pretty good gamer. Well, obviously you have to take into consideration it wasn't my build, it wasn't my mouse, it wasn't my keyboard. it was like mostly the mouse and the keyboard is whatever. Fuck that, right? You can adjust. But it wasn't my build. I haven't made the build myself. So there's obviously a huge difference, right? But it still took me 10 tries. And Octavian said this is one of the a little bit harder bosses, not one of the easier bosses, but it's more on the harder side than the average boss, right? It's a little bit above average, or like not a little bit. It is above average, and it took me 10 tries. And first 2, 3, 4 tries, I needed to figure out what's going on. And then I was limit testing 2, 3 times, and then I was like, okay, fuck it. Let's not speedrun this. Let's try and kill her. And then I killed it 2, 3 tries later. So in total, it took me 10 with some limit testing. And I think there's people that won't kill her. Like literally, there's gonna be people that won't kill the boss. It's your average gamer will kill her, but it's gonna take you a couple of tries, you know? That's melee range. Ah, you channeled it on the position. Ah, now I see. Wait, where was that top monk? Let's see this again. Elden Ring is way more accessible than the older Dark Souls. Yeah, but this is a different story, Forky, right? This is exactly what Hex Army said. There is a difference between accessibility and difficulty. You know, this accessibility is the counterpart to complexity, whereas easy bosses is the counterpart to hard, challenging bosses, okay? And those things are two completely separate things. Start of the boss fight. Okay, let's see. It can be hard, but accessible. Yes, and this is exactly what they're going for. Hard. Not all of the bosses are hard. A lot of these bosses that we have watched right now are not unbeatable or hard. But the game is more accessible, right? I'm a D4 player. I guess GGG wants my business. I have never and will never touch Elden Ring, so this was their chance. Maybe not, and if not, then it's just PoE with graphics. I don't know, man. If you like D4 and you are not also playing PoE 1, you are missing out on the greatest game that has ever been made. That's your own fault. And there's literally only one game that can beat PoE 1. You hate PoE 1, you don't own a PC. Well, it's also on console. There's only one game that can beat PoE 1, and it's probably going to be PoE 2. It is not going to be PoE 2 at the start. I guarantee you that there is going to be some shit that everyone hates at the start of PoE 2, 100%. But everyone is going to give their feedback, and GGG is going to work with that feedback, and it's going to make it better. PoE 1 on console is garbage. Yeah, Rodman, I'm going to tell you a secret here. I think every game on console is garbage. Now I missed the skill. Oh no. Yo, okay. So that literally works. That's cool. That is actually cool. This makes the skill much better, Top Monk. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Because else that ability would have been completely useless, right? But now, with this combo, it's actually good. But the problem is, the cast time is so fucking long. You need faster casting with it and some sort of other cast speed increase, because when are you going to do that combo with the fire orb and the flame blast, right? When are you going to do that? The only time you're going to do that is when there is a lot of mobs somewhere, right? And now what you're going to do is they are approaching, so you put down the orb and channel the flame blast. Against slow-moving enemies, a lot of them, that's fine. But when do you really have slow-moving enemies? A lot of slow-moving enemies, that usually doesn't really happen, does it? Okay, that was actually cool. That makes the ability much better. Let's skip this. The unleash stuff. Is the skill now? Will it also do that for Fire Blast? Yes. Unleash is a cooldown ability, Top Monk, that you use in front of the other abilities. And that makes the ability that you're casting recast twice. So you're casting that in total, you're casting it 3 times. Unleash is not fixed to any ability. It just recasts the ability that you are currently casting or that you are going to cast next 2 more times. Right? That's what it's doing. Going to cast next. Give me a second. 2 more times. Right? That's what it's doing. Going to cast next. Give me a second. 2 more times. Right? Okay. Yeah, I don't think this boss looks so very hard either. Like, has he even been hit once? Not really. I mean, the boss has fire resistance and he's still kind of blasting. Well, not really blasting, but he's doing okay, I would say. But like, his damage uptime is god awful. Holy moly, that makes me... I can't watch this. It's very hard for me to watch this. The damage uptime is rough. Okay, let's see what this drops. This looks a little bit optional to me. But there is a checkpoint right here. We don't know where it is. Okay, let's see the loot. Okay, let's see here. Ah, are you not going to hover the thing? Are you not going to show us the loot? The essence or whatever that was? Really? Ah, it was there very short. Let's look. Go frame by frame. Grants 10 to max life. Okay, so Candlemas is actually optional. Yes, that's right, Yanni. Yeah, Forky, I agree. Corpse tendrils would be insane. I think something like that will be in the game as well. But the problem is that is going to be... If you put corpse tendrils in PoE, it's going to be a mandatory skill for every class, for every build. Every class, every build is going to run corpse tendrils. It's too good. Especially in this game, it's too good. When you rely on combos, if you can group up a lot of things, you want to combo that. You want to do that before your combo. So if you put something like corpse tendrils in the game, every build is gonna run that. Every farming build, every non-bossing build is going to run that shit. Yeah, okay, so Candlemas gives 10 max life, so that's... The problem is 10 max life is not optional. Definitely isn't. You will have a real group play meta. I think PoE has a very real group play meta already. I think the color and the DPS aura bot buff bot meta is a real group play meta in my opinion. I think it's very cool what PoE... I really like the PoE group meta. I think it's a very interesting way of doing groups in an ARPG where you have one thing that does a lot of damage but can't kill stuff, which I think is hilarious. And then you have one that doesn't do any damage but just has all the rarity on him and then just cults the whole screen all the time. It's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, so that's the end boss. Flame Blast, that's actually the name. But it isn't meta. It is meta in groups, of course. The damage is really good. But playing in groups isn't huge. It is huge, just no one does it. It is absolutely insane how good playing in a group is in PoE. It has severely been nerfed, it's still fucking insane. Why would they waste their time with casting Flame Blast? I don't get it. I don't know why he's spamming Fireball all the time, man. Doesn't he understand that freaking Rolling Magma does magnitudes more damage than Fireball? Well, this is the Mephisto boss fight we've been looking for, by the way. Yeah, I agree. Flame Blast can be a lot of fun. Like, the Iron Count is, like, giga mutated, right? He has, like, 4 paws, but also 2 hands. And then, like, these little tendrils coming out of his head. Looks giga weird. Like, infected from the beast or whatever that is. I mean, it has to be the beast, right? Wait, did you see the wolf in the shadows real quick? Before he jumped? I think you don't, right? Comes from here. Oh, look at this, man. The fuck is that? Okay, that thing is definitely possessed by some shit. Yeah, you can't see that. You can't see that before, right? But it also doesn't do that much damage. Maybe it's always at the edge of the shadow, but I don't think it makes sense. The light is not going to change. Right. Yeah, you can't see that, but it didn't do damage here. Oh, why? Wait, what? It did giga damage just now. Is it this? Oh, I think I saw it. Look. Not sure. Let's do it this way. You definitely didn't see this one. Yeah. There you go. There he is. So you can see him in the fog. See this? Then the player is gonna go here and that's why they get hit. Or is it always going to aim at the player? No matter what. No, wait, what? Huh? That came from somewhere completely different though. Wait, how are you supposed to counterplay this? When it does so much damage. Yo, no chance. Do you have to react? That's not a lot of reaction time that you have, to be honest. Look how fast this is. Whee! And it looks like it's always aiming at the player anyway. Okay. I mean, log in, huh? Path of Exile 2 gameplay. Let's see, which one can we watch as well? Which gameplay walkthrough? Diablo 4 player's new home. Kick W, man. I've got to keep moving. Yeah, that's true, Revan. But it's also not easy because it's gonna get hit. You're gonna get hit, you know. Whoops. Okay, what's this? Which class is this? Why am I being shown here? What the fuck? Yo, how's it going, UK? Ranger gameplay. Gamescom Druid gameplay. Bonk and Zork. Which playthrough? That's... Oh, wait, that's couch co-op. I don't want to see couch co-op. Let's watch some Mercenary, I guess. Who's going Mercenary, by the way? How many people fell in love with Merc when they saw it? I don't know, man. Merc looks so fucking good to me in terms of the skills and shit. Like like loading the rounds into the crossbow and everything is amazing. I gotta be honest. Like literally loading the rounds in and then the grenades and then like the huge AoE and then the rapid fire as well is sounds like crazy good to me. After which is my second choice. Man, I can't decide yet. I really can't. I mean, hopefully today imagine we're gonna get the fucking skill tree and the available skills so we can plan ahead. But I don't think we will ever get that, to be honest. I think no chance we're getting that. Maybe we just get the ascendancy so we know, you know, maybe we just get the ascendancy so we know which class to play. Because I think it's very important. It's super important to me. It's my 11th choice right before Ranger. Kick W. I saw Summoner gameplay and was like, yep, that's what... I think PoE 2 has amazing Summoner gameplay. That is true. Arrows. Is it Twisted or is it Arrows? What's the better abbreviation? Yeah, I fully agree, man. Like, Summoner looks crazy. PoE 2. Literal craziness. Twisted? Okay, gotcha. And I'm not even a Summoner player. Like, I would prefer playing a lot of other stuff first before I play Summoner. And to even me, Summoner looks insane. Yeah, which, like, especially the sacrificing part where you can create that effigy of a fallen monster to buff the other things that is around you. That is crazy. And then also being able to fucking overtake enemy minions is insane. Like, holy fuck, man. That is crazy. No, I didn't know you get... I was just following the Maxroll guide and then I looked at the top builds on the leaderboard. Wait, that's Monk gameplay now. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think Monk is literally my least favorite class from everything that was previewed so far. I think I would play literally everything else first before I play Monk. I don't know, I'm not a Monk fan at all. I hope they can change it, because I think Monk could be pretty cool. But from what I have seen from Monk, I'm not a fan. Like, at all. Melee actually can make... Yeah, I think melee is going to be very strong. I think this time they have adjusted the damage of melee relatively to their damage uptime. Which means on a melee you will have so much damage, but not all the time, you know? I think that is the exact correct approach for melee. I think that is the solution that, for example, World of Warcraft has been looking for ages. Right? Like, melee is usually always bad. Because the only, like, not only do you... Well, you just don't have 100% uptime. Whereas every range class basically always has 100% uptime. And you as a melee don't. But you're gonna... somehow you're still doing the same damage. Which is not okay. Right? I think melee... Like, if everything does 100% damage, I think melees should have 120% damage. But they should only have, like... 85% uptime. For example, you know, and that would balance itself out a little bit like that. And then if you actually can maximize your uptime, you do a little bit more damage than ranged, for example, because they don't have to worry about uptime at all. But the downside of playing melee is if you're not 100% min-maxing your uptime, you're going to deal less damage than the ranged. But you have the potential to do more damage than ranged classes if you're playing it perfectly. I think this is how every class should be balanced. If you have a harder job, you the output, the outcome should be a higher one as well. No monster helper, this guy just vibing. I think I in any, like, I haven't seen any monster health bars over trash mobs or over the player at all in any video. So I think they have not been able to turn it on, which I think makes sense because all these videos are basically promotional, right? So obviously in promotional videos, you don't really want to show something like a health bar, right? You want to make the game look as good as possible, and the health bar is definitely not that for the casual player. I don't know, man. Who agrees? There should be a level here at the bottom somewhere. Like, there should be the current level somewhere here. I don't know, man. That has always bothered me with PoE. There is an XP bar. Just fucking show me the level here. This can't be that hard. I always guess what level the streamers are. Yeah, especially for like watching videos. I think especially watching videos or watching streams, it's so helpful to see the level, right? When you are playing, I think it doesn't matter that much because you kind of know what level you are, right? Yeah, Revenant. That's exactly what they announced. They said PoE 2 is going to have Elden Ring style damage numbers at the health bar. That is correct. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Revenant. I don't know. Maybe they don't think it's important, but I do think that I mean that's what EA is for, right? That's what early access is for. You literally want to, if you do early access, you want to get feedback from a lot of people, right? So I'll definitely, I mean, I'm part of the PoE 2 Maxroll team, so we probably will have someone to get in contact with, and I will put that on our feedback list. So that will definitely find its way to at least one person at GGG. If they're gonna forward it to a person, then I don't know. But like, I gotta be honest. Like when you're playing, it doesn't matter. Like literally when you're playing the game, it doesn't matter what level you are. You're just gonna open it and have a look, right? Also, you kind of know what level you are, right? But especially for like could be, especially for people watching content, consuming content, I think it's extremely nice to see the player level. And at that point, like, I mean, at this point in the, you kind of need to also worry a little bit about the viewer experience, not only the player experience, but also a little bit of the viewer experience, I would say. Yeah, damage is okay, I would say. Still no rolling magma, though. Still just spamming fireball. Also on this person. Doesn't have rolling magma. Well, you can't blame him. I don't like rolling magma as well. I don't know, like, Does this boss look very hard to you guys? No? Okay. Me neither. Maybe the green orb is literally the only thing where I say like, okay, this might be a little bit hard, right? But everything else is just the same pattern all the time. In terms of PoE? No, I mean like in terms of I can beat it easily. When you are looking at this, do you go like, oh, I don't know if I can beat this, or do you go like, oh, easy, you know, maybe 1 or 2 tries and then it's dead? The green is always in the middle. Yeah, it's always in the middle, but the projectiles is not always the same. The projectile shooting pattern is not always the same. It changes a little bit. But I mean, let's be honest, that's also not really that hard, right? And for some range builds and maybe some skills for melee. Yeah, that needs to happen. I was thinking that green orb would be a sick fire orb MTX. Yeah, that's true, Revan. The latter. So you go like, oh yeah, it's like 1, 2 tries and it's dead, right? Yeah, I think so too. Like this one didn't seem that complicated at all. Maybe 1, 2 tries and it's like dead. Or maybe like not 1, 2, but maybe like two tries or something like that. Yeah, especially with WASD. And especially, I think, like, during the meteors, during the stacking meteors, it looks like the boss is, like, here. I don't know if the boss is targetable. I think if the boss is targetable, if the boss were untargetable, it would have a shield around the thing here, right? So you can, even though this is happening, you can still DPS, but you need to probably get out of this once, right? And then you can DPS. But I think if you're DPSing while you're walking, you're gonna be too slow to dodge these. I think here you can't DPS in the meantime. Else you're gonna be too slow dodging this. But yeah, I mean, none of these abilities is hard to dodge in my opinion. I don't know. Especially with WASD, you know, like with WASD here, I think this is maybe the only one that can fuck you up. But then here again, like if you're not gonna get hit by all of the projectiles, you're gonna be fine. Like, of course, if you're tanking all of them, you're probably gonna die. But I think if you're gonna get hit like twice, it's probably still fine. It's 1/4 of the ES. Yeah, we don't see unfortunately the ES or health level, right? But I mean, here you could saw it. It's like maybe a little bit less, like 1/5 of the health or so. So if you don't tank like 5 of those, you're gonna be fine, right? I'm curious if this is an optional boss or not. Ah, we didn't even see the loot. Okay. I'm gonna go get a coffee real quick. I'll be right back. The guy tries to tank everyone. Ah, he was dodging very well in the beginning. Just this last one, he tanked some of them. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a coffee. Okay. So let's see some monkey gameplay. I don't know, man. Who is looking to play Monk as their starter? I'm curious. I played Monk. I did a combo of this ice pillar right here, and then you were hitting the ice pillar. I don't remember with what I was hitting the ice pillar. That was a lot of damage though. Like good AoE. But what was the ability that I was hitting the ice pillar with? Wait, this is ritual, right? Gonna do minus out. Haven't decided between monk or warrior. Gotcha. Maybe after which I'm a minion guy. Yeah, I think if you're a minion guy, you are eating very good with PoE 2, man. I think it has the most interesting minion mechanics that I've ever seen. Templar Enjoyer at heart, so once they release Emma, abandoned ship for long neck boy. Yeah, man, I'm curious. Imagine they're gonna come out today and they're gonna go like, well, we told you guys it's gonna be, or like we told PC Gamer magazine it's gonna be 6 classes. Well, we had 3 more weeks time, so we're gonna give you 2 more. Imagine that. Holy moly, man. Imagine that. I don't know, man. I think GGG would be doing this. Like, I really think GGG... I really think GGG could pull this one off. I really think they're gonna be like, well, you guys waited 3 more weeks. You know, they're gonna go like, you know, we would have... usually we would have thought we're gonna do like 6 classes. Not usually. You know, like PC Gamer did like 6 classes and we have this and that and this class. And then, well, since you have waited 3 more weeks, we're going to give you 2 more, you know? Imagine that. Holy, that would be sick. I can do some sweet melee Huntress. Huntress looks insane. There's so many classes that look so good, man. I'm interested in Huntress for sure. Because Huntress is literally what I love, man. Ranged, physical ranged with a shield. That is literally a dream come true, man. I'm not even kidding. Literally, ranged physical damage with a shield is insane. But the problem with that is it doesn't... I really like Leech. I really like Energy Shield Leech, for example. Right? But I don't think when you have a ranged physical damage character with a shield, I don't think you're gonna have Leech on that character, right? But still, I think fucking Huntress looks insane. The problem is they have been marketing Huntress as a character that excels in dipping out and back in of melee range. I am not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of going in and out and in and out in combat, you know? I'm not really a fan at all. I really like just staying in range. Right? But like going in and out is not really my thing. I will make Flicker Strike Huntress work. I mean, there is... What was there? There was something that you could consume, like Flicker Strike. Didn't it say it consumes like power charges or something? Consumes power charges to keep going. So it sounds like Monk would be good with it, right? Just remember to pull out in time. Yeah, exactly. True. True, true, true. Okay. I want to be a hot girl. Okay. I see. The crossbow literally sounds like a shotgun, man. That's insane. Literally fucking shotgun in PoE. Like, do you guys care about like, oh, this is not a, oh, this is a crossbow. How does rapid fire shot work? You know, do you care about that stuff, or do you go like, well, yeah, I mean, it's still some sort of fantasy stuff, right? Like, how is your guys' opinion on that? Do you really care, or do you go like, well, fuck, it's a cool ability at least? Or do you go like, I don't care at all? Because like, I mean, imagine if the crossbow was like shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload. That would probably be one of the most boring classes ever, I guess. I like the ice shot. I think the ice shot looks super cool. Here, the freeze. I think it's super interesting. The CC option you have with just the round change is kind of cool. Gotcha, Reverend. I think that makes sense. I fully agree with that, yeah. Time travel. Yeah, true. Twisted errors. Twisted, sorry. Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, wait, but that would mean that there is maybe time travel with Zana, huh? Maybe he is from the future, and he came back with Zana to help. Wait, you know what? Maybe mercenary is an unlocked class. Maybe it isn't even available from the start. Can you imagine? So you kind of have to do some stuff with Zana first to travel, time travel, and that is going to unlock the mercenary. And then it's also going to unlock, for example, the shadow that is not yet available. And only then afterwards you can actually play them. Maybe on the first playthrough you have to do this. Maybe on the first, but I think a lot of people would hate that. I gotta be honest, I would probably hate that too. But like thematically, it's probably giga fitting, huh? Yeah, this ability. The fucking rapid fire, man. It's so cool. And the grenades sound like, I gotta be honest. I literally gotta be honest. I usually do not fucking care about sound or immersion or how the stuff looks like. I really don't fucking care. But PoE looks and sounds so fucking good. It's insane, right? It's insane. And I usually don't fucking care at all. And I still notice. I mean, imagine, this isn't even playing the real game, man. We're listening to this over YouTube. So there has been so much compression. There has so much compression has been happening to the sound, you know? So many changes in the sound from like extracting, uploading, now we're listening, you know? And it still sounds so good. I'm gonna have to make some MTX or some unique stuff for Mercenary Space Marine. They will do that for sure. Yeah, Warrior, I gotta be honest. Oh, wait, this is Warrior, right? Warrior, I'm not so excited about. I gotta be honest. I like back then when I was younger, I was always playing Warriors, but I don't know, man. Somehow I'm not really a big fan anymore of like melee or like warrior type at least. Endurance chat stacking in the X. Yeah, Giga chat. I mean, the thing is, you know, for when they have made melee so much better, then it's gonna be sick, yeah. About the witch, would like to start at her. Yeah, that's probably gonna be possible, Kingness, because they have previewed the witch, so I think the witch is 100% in the early access as a start. Yo, that bonk was massive. That was a big bonk. Yo, do you see what I just noticed? Lol, look at this. Wait, give me a second here. Lol, I'm gonna show you this. Look, I haven't seen this before. Now I just noticed this. Look. Do you see this? I mean, this probably all changes anyway with the 2 flasks, right? But like, do you see this? Right here. There is... These look automated to me. Right? The 2 looks automated with the little border. Just like in PoE1. Same for the 4, for example. 4 and 3. And then 5 and 1 look normal. Huh. Maybe that's still possible. That was so hard to see. Yeah, I mean, for me, for you guys, it's hard to see, right, on stream, but I saw it. That's why I did the paint real quick. I never saw that before. It's the first time I see this, actually. But I mean, it's like, that's the thing, right? Like, so many content creators that had footage, like, that is older. Havoc also said this, right? And then Jung Roan also said this, and that makes total sense. It's like, the game was changing so rapidly all the time that the footage that we're looking at right now is probably already giga outdated, right? Different tiers of flasks? Nah, but it looks the same today, you know? With the, what's it called? It's just outdated. The game has been changing so much lately. Sorry, I got a text there. I had to focus. So probably whatever the fuck we're seeing here is already old. I mean, we know that it's old, right? Because this is 5 flasks, which is not going to be in PoE 2, right? But who knows? Maybe the UI changed as well. Right? Who knows? What is this? What is this right here? Is that rage? Looks a little bit shit, in my opinion, right here. It's not decaying though. Wait, this is rage, and it actually starts when it shows glowing on the character. That is amazing. I have not seen this before as well. Look, the more rage you get, the more glowy your character becomes. Yeah, look. The more he gains, the more red he becomes. Yeah, Revan. True. I think these little details are what is going to make the game feel amazing. Like, you know, there's probably gonna be like, maybe there's gonna be something. Are those spikes summons damage enemies? The spikes. Which spikes? Let's see. Yo, holy shit, did you see that? The spikes. The small spike? Let me see. This one? You mean on the floor? The fire? I fail to see what you're saying. I'm curious to see this boss fight as a melee, to be honest. Oh, that hammer does a lot of damage. Look at the hammer damage. Look at this. Look. Bomb! Holy. Okay, melee login, man. Holy shit. That was a lot of damage. And it was a ranged ability as well. There, he does it again. Boom! Oh, what the fuck, man. And the boss is actually fire immune. Has a fire resistance. If you look at this, he has a... Wait, here. The fire resistance. Kinda crazy, man. What the fuck? Mjolnir from Thor? Yeah, that is crazy. The falling hammer is sick. Oh, that's how this works. Okay. Why is he not spamming his F? Like, he has one charge of the big hammer. Ah, now he doesn't. He didn't hit though. Well, he hit the smaller enemies. Yeah, the AoE is being blocked by the sword, UK. That's the mechanic. Well, you needed some sort of counterplay to it, you know. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yo, this boss fight is cool, man. But holy fuck, what is this damage, man? Warriors blasting. What? But this is exactly what I said earlier, right? Like, this is exactly what I said earlier. You need to make melee much stronger than classes that have more uptime than them, right? Because when they get close, they need to make up for not being close, this whole time, right? Okay, what do we have? Okay. Melee login? Yeah, for sure. This is so funny, man. the thumbnail with the angry emoji on the Lilith head is funny. Okay, what can we watch? Is there other gameplay? Or it looks better than any other melee class I've seen in an RPG. The only thing that I don't like is the focus on fire. I'm not a fire enjoyer. I don't know. When I'm playing melee, I love dual wielding axes. Mostly dual wielding axes, so dual wielding swords, for example. When you're like the beefy dude, I don't like hammers. I think hammers are dumb. I'm not a hammer fan. I really like axes. I like swords, and I don't know, man. Like, just enchanting the sword or the axe with fire sounds like lame to me. That was cool when I was 10, you know. Okay, what do we have? I think I never watched the Woody gameplay. I watched his commentary and his opinion, but I have not watched the his gameplay. Let's do this. Giga. Oh yeah, that's true, Revent. I also love I love Giga attack speed. Giga attack speed dual wield stuff that stacks, that has leech. Oh man, I love that. Like melee, giga attack speed, leech, dual-handed, like dual-wielded, like two one-handed weapons, or like hell, who knows, two-handed weapons, whatever, right? But like two weapons, but not hammers. I'm not a hammer fan. I don't know why. Well, have you seen a note that was leaked? Makes you can use two-hand and one hand. So if it's true, maybe do it with two-hand and two-hand and shield. That would be peak. Yo, wait, what? That is true? You can do that? That's insane. No, I literally just said that. But like, imagine you can do a two-hander and a shield. Holy shit. That's crazy. I like that. A two-hander and a shield is insane. So this is Woody's gameplay. I haven't seen this yet. Okay, Woody is playing grenades. Yeah, the problem with grenades is I think they're long fuse time. And it looks like they always travel a fixed distance, which is exactly the problem here that is happening to Woody. It's very hard to hit close-ranged enemies, I think. Gacha top monk. Oh, do you see this? Yeah, you don't really see that well, right? Wait, does it say 15% more fire damage? Damage is extra fire. Oh. Let's go a little bit to the front when he starts playing. There we go. Okay, so Woody is playing click to move. How much harder is PoE to play than Diablo? I don't know. You have to answer that for yourself. I'm gonna show you something here, and you tell me if this is hard or not. Okay. You're gonna tell me if this is hard or not. Where do we see this here? Yeah. Do you think this is hard, Buff Daddy? Or do you think this is not hard? When you get hit by these things, you can't regenerate anymore for a certain period of time. And you also need to memorize the pattern that is lighting up. It's 3/3 of the arena. 1/3 is always lighting up. And you need to go to the correct third of the arena at the correct order while dodging the beams. You hate the memory game? The memory game is actually fairly easy. The trick for the memory game is you have 6 things you need to remember. And you can do it very easily by standing on the first one, placing your mouse over the second one, and then saying out loud the last 4. So you stand on one, you put your mouse on the other, so you don't have to worry about the first 2, and then you go top, left, right, top. And then you go top, left, right, top. There you go. It's super easy, right? That's exactly what you need to do for the memory game. And then suddenly it's very easy to do. So I don't know, Buff Daddy, does this look hard to you, or is this easy? I don't know. Only you can answer if that is hard or not. That's basically the hardest boss fight in PoE2. In PoE, sorry. If you think that's hard, then it's hard. If you don't think it's hard, then it's not hard. I can't answer that question for you. But Diablo 4 for me, what's hard is me when I think about PoE2. True. That's a first time cheddar right there. Holzian days. Absolute first time cheddar. Holy. Could probably get the hang of it. Yeah. I think so too, Buff Daddy. Maybe dinner prep. Gotcha, UK. Basic? Yeah. Wait, what's that? What is that thing? Is that an armor scrap maybe? Oh yeah, it's an armor scrap. Wait, yeah, it's an armor scrap, okay. But it seems like he's forgetting it a lot of times. No, he's not using WASD. W is bound. So Woody is playing click to move right now. I'm curious when he's going to start WSD or like switch to WSD. Because I was exactly the same. I was like, well, I'll try click to move, right? When I was playing at Gamescom. For like what? How long? 3.5, 4 hours. And then I was like, I'll try click to move. And then after like 10 minutes, I was like, okay, let's try WSD. And I was like, holy, I wasted 10 minutes. It's crazy. The difference is insane. I don't know, Holzin. We can probably Google this. What I really like is let's see here. It says create a skill gem or level an existing gem to level 4. So this is insane. If you find a level 20 uncut skill gem and you have a level 1 gem, you're just going to right click the uncut skill gem that is level 20 and instantly get the level 20 spell. You don't have to find a level 1, a level 2, a level 3. This is so much quality of life in my opinion. So good, right? And you also like you can try out so much stuff this way. It's so nice. I really like this. Man, so much is empty there. Holy. Yeah, rapid shot. I think rapid shot explosive grenade launcher is gonna be a dead ass giveaway that's a build with maybe with some incendiary shots as well or some shit. Is early access also for console? I have no clue. I don't know. I don't really know about console stuff. Yo, the grenade damage is insane, man. The rapid shot is so fucking cool. Ah, spell suppression. So spell suppression is still in the game. I didn't know. Oh, another uncut skill gem. Okay. Nice. Curious about the loot. Lol, absolutely zero loot. All early access is 6th. Nice. Yeah, I don't know about console, really. I love this effect in the grass, man. It's so nice. I think this is super cool.
So the hooded one was right. They lost their minds.
The waypoint animation, man. So nice. I did this level as well on Merc. The Executioner was first try with... but at that point I saw Executioner like 2-3 times. I was prepared. And with WASD on a ranged class, Executioner is not gonna hit you once. You're just literally gonna kite him throughout the whole fight. It's actually crazy. Yeah, I think this is the way how you play with grenades. You shoot them in front of you and then you run. This is exactly how I would play grenades as well. You just shoot them to the front and then you run over them so that they then explode when the mobs are over them while you keep moving forward. I think that's exactly how I would do it as well, or how I did it. But I don't really remember much from my Mercenary gameplay. I played a little bit of Mercenary just for a feeling and I was like, oh man, this feels good, and then I didn't think about it much more. And then I played the other classes a little bit more because, like, if you're like, okay, this feels great, and then I don't need to play more of that if I'm just trying to find out what is going to be my first thing that I'm going to play, right? I think I skip. Or I'll wait for PvP. No, Kikis, why? Wait, Kikis, how come you're not VIP yet? What's going on? VIP, Kikis, 118. How's it going, Kikis? Are you good? What would you play first? I think Merc or Ranger, but I mean, this can all change in like 3 hours from now. When they announce some shit, you know. Maybe they're... Who knows? Maybe they're gonna announce Shadow is in the early access. Then I'm logging in Shadow. Doing good. What a sleep. Oh, yeah, man. I haven't really slept that much as well the last couple of days. Are you blasting a lot of videos right now? Holy moly. Are we still on track with mine? Are we still doing mine normally? Like we said? I'm gonna send stuff tomorrow morning, something like that. Coursework, so I can blast videos. Oh, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Having more classes or maps than promises on my bingo card. Just keep it reminding so I don't forget. Gotcha. I will, as I said, like I will send stuff tomorrow probably, or not. Maybe not tomorrow, because tomorrow I need to focus on the recaps and shit. But I will at least... I mean, I started working on the video a long time ago, but I will be able to start finalizing the video tomorrow, because then we know which classes are actually in the game, right? Maybe we even know about ascendancies and stuff like that. I think you can be 100% on the video. What is Monday? Yeah. We'll be fine, man. Like, as I said, I want to kind of publish, like, somewhere between 25th and 3rd, right? Something like that. So we have time. So we don't need to worry. Yeah, great time ahead. I fell asleep on the announcement hour. Oh no, Kikis. Fuck. Well, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of recaps for you. Actually, if you have a lot of work to do, I think it's smarter to not watch it. Go to sleep and then just watch the recap when you wake up or something. Who knows? Depending on how cramped your timing is, right? Good luck on the work, Kikis. I'm rooting for you. You got this. Okay, this is going to be executioner fight. As I said, on the Merc, I think you're not going to get hit once.
Just wait. Surely we can...
You would escape again.
Great will take you, bastard!
Eat this! It's that bastard that tried to hang me.
Yeah, without WASD, it's a bit harder. Merc was so fun. Merc was insanely fun, yeah. The damage is really good, actually. Like that was so much damage. I don't know whatever the fuck that was. That was the piercing shot, okay. I mean, you need to apply the armor break, and then you need to do the piercing shot, from what I know. Challenge accepted. Yeah, I mean, look at this. You really can't get hit from the boss here. As a ranged class with WASD, it's impossible. You're just gonna kite him for ages. The only thing that can hit you is the mobs. The trash mobs. There you go. You do the armor break and then you do the piercing shot. Right? And then you have giga damage. But I mean, with the mobs coming in there all the time is kind of rough. I mean, also Woody is playing without WSD, but I mean, it's Woody, so it's a good gamer. But I mean, still, WSD would be so much easier. It's like, the thing is, your damage uptime is just so much higher. It's crazy. Yeah, there you go. That combo is strong. Yeah, the grenades also do so much damage, man. It's crazy. I like the armor break sound. You definitely instantly notice it. I think that's good. I like that. Look how many monsters there are. Holy moly. That's a lot of ads. Bonk. Yeah, as I said, there's like literally Woody didn't get hit once. Now he's playing WSD. I liked, I think. Yeah, I liked click to move on Monk more, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely sure though. Grenades are OP as hell. Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing that I also did. I did the frost pillar, and then I was hitting the frost pillar with something. I don't remember what it was though. Oh yeah. What was it? The auto attacks were doing so much damage. And the crazy thing about the auto attack, I mean, you can see it here as well, right? Like, look at this. The auto attack has literally the most DPS on the screen. And it's on a 1 link, so you could take something else and put it here, and it's going to be much more damage. Okay, it's level 7. But still, it's kind of crazy to me that the auto attack does so much damage. I asked, like, I was also, I mean, especially when you don't know the combo, when you didn't make the build yourself, auto attack becomes even more OP because you literally just don't need to worry at all. And you just keep spamming auto attack and it's actually insane damage. So that was kind of weird. I was doing that on the Ranger just for fun. I was doing Balbala on the Ranger, and then I was also doing Balbala on the Sorg, for example. And like, I tried a Balbala without just pure auto attacks, only auto attacks. It's actually, it was a little bit easier because you didn't have to focus on combos that you need to learn and do. Obviously, when you have played the character from level 1 to the point where you are at Balbala, it's going to be much easier to play the build that you created because, well, you created it yourself. And you already have 22 levels of experience with the build. Here, I just got dropped somewhere with a build that I didn't make, with gear that I didn't create myself, right? And then just, well, here you go. Then just pressing auto attack becomes a little bit more appealing than trying to do some combos, right? But yeah, this is something that I'm curious how they are going to monitor. Right? Because auto attack was doing a lot of damage, man. And you can, like, I mean, you can see it there, right? It's literally most damage on the screen in terms of the DPS shit. Yeah, this was the thing that I used on the frost pillar. I think that's the right click that Woody has on the right click. I did the Q and then the right click, if I remember correctly. And that was good damage. As a mini combo. Yo, the tornadoes are blasting, man. Holy shit. That was a good quarterstaff, holy moly. The key art on the monk looks nice. Yeah. All those little details are sick. I agree, Kingness. Ooh, increase attack speed. There we go. Like, everything that you see here is 100% already changed. So it doesn't matter. 30% increased attack damage is pretty nice. Okay. The fuck is this? This is PV2. Wait, what? Energy shield recharge applies to life instead? Life flasks apply to energy shield instead. Huh? It's a video. LOL? Wait, is this good? Or is that shit? Like, why would you use this? Would you use this? Would you only use this as a life stacker, right? Nah, not CI. I think this is maybe some fucked up Eldritch battery. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Something like, I don't think you would use this as an energy shield. I don't think. I really don't think you would use this as an energy shield stacker. I think this is for life stacking, in my opinion. You stack a lot of life and then energy shield recharge. In terms of like reducing the time until energy shield recharge starts. Right? And then you go some sort of leech, life leech. Or so. This one is very interesting, but I think it's much more useful for life stacking than it is if you are an energy shield based defensive character. Because I don't care about life flasks applying to energy shield. Like, I'm not gonna... I mean, are you gonna play... I mean, yeah, you are right, Kat. Like, if you're CI in PoE 2, if you're if you're CI in PoE 2, and you always have a health flask, you probably want this one too, actually. Now that I've been thinking about it, you always have a life flask, no matter what. In PoE 2, right? So you would probably also take this. So it's both. It's very good for both, actually. But the problem is energy shield recharge applies to life. That is what I have a big problem with. For CI, I think that kind of fucks you. You know? I think as CI, you kind of want the shield recharge. But then, I mean, if you are a trickster and you are restoring energy shield by spell suppressing, then you wouldn't care. But yeah, I think it's still kind of better for life stackers compared to, or like for characters that use defenses that are specializing in health as a defense and not so much as energy shield as a defense, I think. I mean, the locations of stuff on the tree is fairly similar, right? I think this is going to be all of us, like literally panning around the skill tree and then looking at every node when we log in. Like literally. People pondering pop, yeah, exactly. Wait, is that a 7TV? Revan, can you link that one to me so we can edit? Look at the shapes. Yeah, it looks so much better. Oh, Whispers of Doom has a downside now. There we go. Can I draw lore from previous one too? Oh yeah, I need to do like a full lore run through as well. I wanna understand what the fuck is going on. We do some kitten cat. Wait, what? Your stun threshold is doubled. Cannot dodge roll. Holy moly. I want to do a kitten cat noodle full story exploration for sure. If I get into early access, my test around classes. Why shouldn't you get into early access, Twisted? Gavin has a good... Yeah, I'm gonna watch all of them, Sanja. Thank you so much for saying that. Really, really well done. Okay. I'll check it out for sure. Because I want to catch up on lore on PoE for sure. I kind of want to know what the fuck's going on. Right now, I have absolutely no clue. We're exiled. Okay, then we're going back. We're killing everyone. Then we're going back again. And everything dies. Okay, what? You know. Kinda want to understand what the fuck's happening. Not like giga important to me, but I mean, we have the time, so might as well, right? Gavin? Yeah. I know, Sanja. Thank you. Well, first see if all the candidate board will get me into my panel. I was acting in some PoE 1. I will check that out, Sanja. Thanks for saying that. Gavin. It's like $30. Yeah, they said it's early access is $30. But if you usually, when you have paid more than like $500 in the past in total, then you will get in for free. I recently checked how much I spent, like 1.1k and up. So I think I'm safe. I mean, regardless of that, I'm probably gonna end up buying the most expensive supporter pack anyway this year, so it's just gonna get in anyway. Hopefully I can give away... Hopefully I can give away the beta keys. The early access keys. Because then I'll just buy every supporter pack singular and then get the keys and then give away the keys. Where do you check how much you spend on PoE 1? On Steam? I don't know on how it is on Steam. I don't know. You can go to the PoE website and then you can copy all of the things and then put them into an Excel. And the Excel is going to calculate, and it's like a 30-second Google search, and then you can find it. It's like a Excel spreadsheet that you need to make a copy, and then you just Control V your your purchases in there, and then it's going to show you how much you spent. Takes like 5 minutes maximum. But I don't know if that works on Steam. I have no clue. I don't know if you buy something on Steam as if it's also going to be in your PoE account on the website. I'm not sure if that works. I mean, I wish it... I sure hope that it works that way, but I'm not sure. Vampiric blade. Come on, Woody. Identify this. Identify this. I want to see the implicit. Come on, man. Woody. No way you're not identifying the... What? No way. Please tell me he's gonna identify the vampiric blade. No way, man. The vampiric blade has to have a leech implicit. It can't not. What a tease. Yeah, man. Come on, Woody. You can't do this to us. What the fuck? No way he didn't identify the vampiric blade with fucking 15 scrolls of wisdom. No way, man. What? There's a lot of quests on the right side for sure. I think he's not gonna identify it, man. Fuck. What? Oh no. I'm back. You're welcome back, UK. What are you eating for dinner? That was a nice dodge. Woody, please identify the vampiric blade, man. The fuck? No, I want to see the implicit. Oh, maybe he's gonna sell it or something. Filled with parma ham and tomato sauce and sliced meat sauce. Ah, okay, you are already done eating. Gotcha. Wait, what's that? Is that breach? What's that? Lol. What is this? Yeah, charges are in the game. Like Monk generates a lot of power charges. we saw the warrior gameplay doing a lot of endurance charges. Lol, that's so weird. What is this? This has to be breach, right? It has to be breach because it's a hand. It literally has to be breach. Giga breach. Hyperpass needs to be lower, Woody. He wasn't able to change it. When we started watching this, he went instantly to the options, but the options were grayed out. You could not change. You could not change anything. Frenzy is no longer IAS. I don't know. Sanja. We'll have to find out, I guess. I mean, we could check PoE2DB real quick if you want. We can take a look at PoE2DB. Maybe we can do... Wait, what is this? Ah, I was like, oh. Ascendancy classes. Do we know about ascendancies? Ascendancy skills are now supportable? Yes, 4K, yeah. Wait, what? Ascendancy skills? What are ascendancy skills? Holy moly. Are we getting ascendancy skills? Ah. That would make the ascendancy identity even more prevalent. Wait, do you see what I just noticed? This is the count. Look. This is the Act 1 end boss right here. This is the Act 1 end boss. This is the Perennial King. I don't know who this is. But I mean, these are the Act end bosses. Look, this is Act 1 end boss. This is a boss in Act 2, so that's probably also an Act 2 end boss. And Act 3 is the forest slash Aztec shit. So that's probably Act 3 end boss. Then this is Act 4 end boss. And then this is Act 5 end boss. And then Act 6 end boss is Zana. Imagine. Lol, we figured it out, boys. Look, this looks exact. This is the Iron Count. Remember when I just look? I noticed the mouth. This is his face, but it has a mouth right below his face. So this is Act 1 end boss. This is Act 2 end boss. This is Act 3 end boss. This is Act 4. This is Act 5 end boss. And then Act 6 end boss is something else. Like literally Zana or some shit. Imagine. Man, is default attacking its bottom spoiler? I don't know, man. I'm just theorizing. Because this is Act 1 end boss, 100%. Then this is Perennial King. This is exactly how he looks like. And this is Act 2 end boss, Act 3, Act 4. We don't know anything about Act 4 and Act 5. So maybe that's also Act 4 and this is Act 5. And they're all like possessed. Except the Aztec shit. Except the... Oh, wait. We saw this one, actually. We saw this one. This one is where Octavian and Mark are fighting together in the duo co-op that was showcased in the Path of Exile. This came out of the wall. This came out of the wall and had the jewel in... Oh, wait, you don't see this, lol. This one came out of the wall. And then this has to be 4, and then... I mean, this one has been showcased everywhere, so this one has to be 5. But what is Act 6 end boss then? Maybe all of them at once? Imagine. Holy shit. Okay, let's keep going. You took drastic measures? Wait, why didn't I see the sub though, UK?
Speaks of this. I'm not supposed to be here.
It didn't get announced. The Fiat is Xbox. Yeah, exactly. It's the Fiat, but with the 5 egg bosses. Holy moly! Good luck, man. They don't have it. I don't understand. Imagine the Fiat end boss in Act 6. Like all of the possessed bosses come back and come fight you at the same time. GG, man. That's gonna be rough. Maybe I disabled it. Yeah, but no, it didn't show in the Twitch activity feed as well. It doesn't show in the Twitch activity feed. Usually it shows in the Twitch activity feed as well. There's nothing. So I mean, I see the what's it called? I see the sub symbol. So thank you so much, UK. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, badge, exactly. And this is where you fight the Titan at the end, huh? Man, Act 2 is also so fucking long. It's insane, actually. Like, all the acts are so fucking long. Imagine there is so much more after this. You start moving with the caravan, and you go to the boss where the boss is in the middle and you are running around it, and then you're gonna fight the perennial king when he's gonna escape. You know, there is so much more. Holy shit, man. Yeah, UK, somehow I need to run the ads. And it's also weird on it's also weird, you know, UK. The thing is, if I disable ads, if I remember correctly, yes, if I disable ads on my Twitch channel, Twitch is still going to show ads, but I just don't get a cut. So that's the weird part. So you're kind of, well, of course you're gonna take 55% of the cut for running them, you know. So it's like, even if I would, because like I don't, like for 23 viewers, I'm not even earning anything of value, right? There is not, like, I'm not getting rich. It's not even $10, not even, right? It's probably like, from ads I make like $2-3. If I stream for 8 hours to like 20 people, it's like nothing, right? So I would love to just literally disable them, but you can't, because they're still gonna show ads. So, well, what can you do? Give me the $2 of ads, I guess. Right? Almost 22k people. Let's see. I wanna compare Diablo 2 category to Diablo 4 to PoE category. But how many? 22.4k and Diablo -4. Ah, is it like this? Okay, this doesn't work. D4. Okay. How does this work, man? Diablo 4. No results found. Boys, what is going on? Whoops. Yeah, we can go over Woody, I guess. Go like this. Yeah, lol. Bro, it's fucking 4 times as much already. This is going to be crazy. Holy shit, man. Holy. They shouldn't have done it on the same day, man. Yeah, I mean, and Blizzard announced it first, UK. Top Monk. So they didn't do it on purpose. You know. Blizzard announced it first. Yeah, they didn't announce it second. If they would have announced it second, then you might be right. But they announced it first. And then PoE announced it at the same day. Maybe that's on purpose, who knows? Those spiders looks disgusting. Yeah, true. That's GG being smart. Maybe they did it on purpose, Top Monk. You don't know. Maybe they did. You know, the thing is, usually every Path of Exile stream, as far as I can remember, started at 10 my time. But now it's actually an hour earlier. So that's kind of weird. Wait. No, it's not weird because it's summertime, right? Okay, never mind. Conspiracy theory debunked. Never mind. Never mind. I thought maybe they did it on purpose. They were behind my cupboard. Oh no. Outside is so fucking snowy. It's insane. Let me check where my girlfriend is right now. If she's getting home safe. She's still at the company. Holy moly. Spend around, so if not for early, I might just pay it for 30. Yeah, the good thing is, Twisted, is when you are interested in the big supporter packs, you know, you can always upgrade the steps. So if you're saying, for example, well, I really love the 480 or however much dollars, the biggest one. I like the biggest one. You can work your way towards it because you can always upgrade and upgrade and upgrade and upgrade, right? So you can buy the $30 one now, get the early access, and then you go like, I like the $60 pack as well. And they go like, well, you only need to pay $30 more to get the upgrade, right? And then you go like, well, now it's only $420 to the big pack, you know, and that way you can work your way up over the year, right? If you like the biggest, if you like the biggest supporter pack, which we will hopefully see soon, if it's cool or not, then you don't need to buy it instantly. You can just work your way up there. $12,500 US, like an original beta. I gotta be honest, man. I think the puzzle box that they have sent out and everything is amazing. I gotta be honest, man. It is so good. And they're also so smart about it. They sent the Valdos puzzle boxes to DM, Riker, Dead Mods. I'm sure Woody or Rags also got one, you know. So they sent all the puzzle boxes to the D4 streamers. And then they're giving them a chance to make an item or a divination card, you know. And then they're going to stream opening it, you know. And then you have like the marketing. And then they're making a unique in the game, you know. And then maybe if I was GGG, I would also make it somehow possible to at least stream a little bit of the creation process. Like at least one meeting with GGG and the content creator should be streamable for like maximum marketing value sometime in early access, you know. I think sometime after early access, I think they should at least make one meeting streamable. That's going to be an amazing marketing opportunity for them. But the boxes too, it was so sick how it was rolled out. Lots of the people who won previous races got the boxes too. It was so sick how it was rolled out. Yeah. Like so, and also so cool, you know, like so many people that are staple in the PoE community have gotten one as well. Like Baylor has gotten one, Subtractim, Jungron, I'm sure Ben has gotten one. This obviously, you know, like all of the guys that have been part of the community for so long, they got a Valdos. I think that is such a cool thing because you should really value them making the content a lot. And then it's just also like, it's a win-win. And it's such a cool win-win because it's the box is cool, the reward is cool, and they're getting their marketing as well from it, you know. So I think it's a very smart move in my opinion. Super cool as well for like us, right? Just watching how it goes, seeing it roll out, seeing all the rewards and shit. I think it's actually super cool. It's so funny, like, oop. Yo, that was a lot of damage, holy moly. Yeah, true, Top Monk, yeah. You don't get drops yet? I don't think so. Are you guys getting drops? I don't think so. I think you only get drops when the live stream starts. Come on, Woody, identify the vampiric blade, man. You have 20 scrolls. Please do it. I'm very curious if it's going to have a leech implicit. I don't think so. That would be a bit OP. But I mean, it's called vampiric blade for a reason. Was this a clickbaiting then? I don't know. You can tell me if... Just buying starter supporter pack? Yes, exactly. You pay $30 for the starter supporter pack. And you're done. You can buy early access for $30 basically. But for the $30, you probably also get a small MTX. And you're also going to get the exact same value of the pack as points. So you don't even lose anything. Because you're going to need the points anyway for something. That you're going to buy. Some cool MTX. And on top of that, you're also going to get the early access. So I think that's insane value. Not going to lie. Dodging this with WASD is so much easier than with mouse, I think. With mouse, it's fine, but with WASD, it's always going to be easier, even. Okay, let's... skip. Accuracy? Yeah, but Vampiric sounds like Leech, you know? No-brainer? Yeah. If you are looking to play PoE2, the $30 is an absolute no-brainer. Not only are you getting access, but you're also getting the points. So it's like giga no-brain. Life on hit or life on kill? Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna go broke from spending 1.5k. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Yeah, I gotta be honest. If I could buy like some... like if I can buy a unique for like 5k, I'll probably do it. But then I want to be able to stream it as well. Yeah, I think I'll probably buy it. For 5k, I would design a unique. I'd literally pay. But I would need to play the game a little bit so that I know what type of unique I want. Come on, Woody. No! You didn't identify it. Okay. Well, at least we tried. Okay, is there more gameplay? I mean, 5K for a unique in a game that I will play for the next 10 years, and knowing that it's in the game because of me, that sounds worth. Especially if I'm able to stream the creation process. Like, if I can stream the creation process, it's gonna be amazing. And also just like the value of people joining the stream, thinking about what item to design together, that's gonna be sick as well. You know, it's a business expense, so might not even be bad. After all, it's a business expense. The escape shot. I don't know, man. Ranger looks so insane to me. I think. So fucking good. Like, all the animations on Ranger are fucking insane. Escape shot. Just fucking look at escape shot, man. This looks so good. Yeah, me too, Reverend. I thought exactly the same thing. 100% agree. Full agree. Leg. What was that? Did you see that? Yeah. I don't know, man. Ranger looks also really good. I just love Ranger. I don't know why, man. I just fucking love Tornado Shot and like bow characters. My big problem with bow characters is I'm a hardcore player. I am literally going to play hardcore as soon as I can in Path of Exile 2. Probably just gonna use a lot of time in early access to learn like every little bit, like literally every little bit, and then go hardcore. And the problem is Ranger sucks in hardcore, you know, because you have no defense. Evasion, well, fuck, right? Your armor, well, fuck, you're not gonna build armor, right? So I would. That's always my inner conflict. I really want to play hardcore. There's no way around it, in my opinion. But yeah, unfortunately, Ranger is not really hardcore viable. Sure, with a lot of gear and a lot of like damage conversion, you can do it, but you need to get there first, and that's pretty rough when you don't have defense, right? Like, what are you gonna do on a Ranger? In terms of defense, what can you do? There's nothing. There's no skill that you can do. You can press Molten Shell, or you can, well, not Molten Shell. You can do Steel Skin in that case. Well, wow. Okay, that's like a cooldown, and then maybe you do some Immortal Cry stuff, get some endurance charges that way, but you are not tanky. Every other class is just way more tanky than you. And then all the ascendancies are just damage, right? And then if you go Pathfinder, well, you don't really play a bow character anymore, right? So that is my big problem with Ranger playing in hardcore, you know, unfortunately. And I think, I kind of think Mercenary is going to be the same. I think you need a strong defensive layer, and both of these don't seem to, that they will have one. I really like the vine arrow as well. I really like if you can, and escape shot. I really like when you can CC a lot as a ranger. So maybe that is going to be your defensive mechanic. But you can't really rely on that on boss fights, for example, right? I gotta be honest though, I'm not really a big thunder fan on bow characters. The lightning theme, I'm not a big fan of for Ranger. But also, man, I don't know. Like, we don't know shit about the ascendancies, right? Maybe it doesn't matter at all. And you're gonna do some other bow stuff anyway. And there's still Tornado Shot, right? I like the vine arrow. I gotta be honest, the vine arrow is super cool. I like that. I like that form of CC, like putting down something and then it's going to spread on everything and then it's gonna slow them. I don't know. I think that one is... I think the vine arrow is super cool. And then I think the vines also spread your lightning damage, if I remember correctly, which is kind of insane, not gonna lie. Like, everything is vine arrowed, and then you... Yo, Froggy, how's it going? I thought about you a lot. Froggy, I'm so sorry for ending your stream streak. I'm really sorry, man. But it was out of my control. I'm great. Thanks for asking, Froggy. We're good, man. Okay, I'm happy you're not mad. I mean, at least you hit the 100. The streak lives. Wait, what? Wait, huh? How did that work? Wait, it lived? Really? I haven't done it. And okay, well, GG, I guess. Appreciate. Yeah, man. I was like, you know, because if it's like a 3 stream streak, well, I'm like, well, okay, sorry. But I mean, 100 stream streak is kind of crazy. Yo, Shorty, everyone's showing up. How's it going, boys? Everyone flexing the 12-month sub badges, man. Encode you when you cam broken and you must have counted. Nice, man. That's really good. That's some fast identifying for sure. Crit chance on helmets? Wait, what? I didn't see that. Which one has it? Not this one. Increased global crit threat chance. Nice. I mean, and this is also level... I think this was level 20. You know? That's probably pretty strong. Yeah, level 20. Level 20. Wait, how much crit does the bow have? How much crit does the bow have? Yeah, maybe we can... When he's hovering a weapon, we can maybe see... Can maybe see his currently equipped. There you go. His recoil... Okay, 5%. 500 channel points too. Addict. Thank you so much, Froggy, for the support. I really appreciate that a lot. Yeah, 5%. I mean, 5% is not so much, right? 1.14, that's like what? 2 point... That's like 0.7% crit chance. It's not a lot, actually. But I mean, if you get added flat crit as well, it's got to be pretty good at some point, I guess. Surely. Wins D4 campfire. 51 minutes. Oh, phasing on dodge. Yeah, man. I would really like to see phasing on dodge. I gotta be honest, man. Oh, wait. He hovered over deflect. I want to read what deflect does. Here very shortly. Chance to deflect an attack that hits you, causing it to deal 50% less damage. Ah, look. So there is spell suppression, but for attacks. So there is your defensive layer for Ranger. You go suppress and deflect. You go suppress, deflect, and then a mix of armor and life, I would say, in hardcore, and then evasion and probably just evasion on wait, but you wouldn't go evasion when you do suppress and deflect, right? At all. So on Ranger you go armor? That doesn't make sense. Thought they took spell suppression out. Well, I mean, it's right there. Oh wait, you guys don't see it. Oh my god, I'm sorry guys. I'm used to my camera being on a different position. Give me a second. Sorry. Here. There you go. Yeah, this might be old. Of course. Deflect and suppress might be not even in the game anymore. We don't know, right? Who knows? But I gotta be honest. I really like deflect and I really like suppression. I think those are very cool stats. The problem with them is every character wants both. You know? And I think that's not... That's always the problem. You always want deflect cap and you always want suppression cap on every character, if that's in the game, you know? That's kind of the problem. But like, we will see. Like there's... It's 1 hour 48 until we know, boys. It's so cool that everyone explores the passive tree like instantly. It's so nice. LE influence on PoE. I mean, how do you guys feel about an SSF faction, like an SSF, like how like LE does the faction system, like between weapon skill tree nodes actually being weapons. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like that as well. There is a crossbow at the very bottom that has crossbow talents on it. That's like super cool. Or passives. Wait, what was I saying before that? Fuck, I was asking a question. No, I don't remember. Ah yeah, last epoch, the faction system. Like the auction house and the solo self-found thing. Do you guys think that's gonna be a cool thing as well for PoE? I mean, not saying that like auction house is going to be one faction or the other, and then SSF is just one faction. I'm just saying that like something that you can choose that is going to alter you somehow. Looks like star constellations in the skill tree. Yeah, true. I mean, the skill tree looks so nice. Oh, no fortify. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know, Twisted. We'll find out. I hope we do. This feels good. I think so too, Revan. Yeah, that's true, Zofrog. I agree. Big tree. It's not so big, man. Like, you have to look at it that way. Right? Like, here, up here is the intelligence stuff, right? Kind of like the int stuff. Then here at the bottom right is the dex stuff. And then bottom left is the strength stuff. That's literally it. You know, like this is the int stuff right here. And then Here is a little bit of the Dex stuff. And then, I mean, you get like obviously, let's get paint out here. Let's see. So we do a circle, right? And then we do this. Like literally it's like this. It's literally like this. And then there is literally there's Dex right here. There is int right here. And there is strength right here. Roughly, right? Is it that visual? Wow. Yeah, it gives you the visual wow, but it's actually not that complicated, right? Because this is how the skill tree is decided. And obviously when you go here, when you go here, for example, then you will have some, when you go here, right? When you pick talents that are like on the edge here, then they're like int Dex stuff, right? Same applies to this down here. When you pick talents that are like here somewhere, right? More like so. And they're like strength Dex based, you know? That's just it, literally. It's so iconic. I'm happy that they kept it this way, to be honest. The PoE K-ball? True. Yeah, true, Reverend, yeah. Don't know much about it, but does the Templar interest you? Yes, Michael, yes. It does. The green side. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant, UK. That's the vine arrow. I really like that sort of form of CC. I'm a huge fan of this. It's kind of like corpse tendrils a little bit. Just without the pull-in, you know? I really like vine arrow. Super cool. There is no suppression on the tree, man. Crazy. Attendees. Gonna play ranger. I don't know. Like going into the PoE2 early access live stream, I'm looking mainly at ranger mercenary. But who knows what I'm gonna think afterwards. I mean, if Shadow gets announced, for example, I would really like Shadow too, you know? But it all depends, you know? If Shadow is like only melee, I mean, it also, like, let's be honest, it more so than it is about the class, it is about the ascendancies, right? So maybe the warrior ascendancy is gonna be a fucking spear-throwing ranged Giga Chad with a shield, then I play fucking warrior, you know? Who knows? I don't know. I think ascendancies will be announced. I think so. I think they're gonna announce at least. I mean, like we know, or like we from the what's it called? From the PC Gamer article that I made the video about, we know that there is gonna be 6. The thing is, the PC Gamer article, when was it released? It was released after the delay, right? It was released after the delay, but you never know when when the person that was writing it actually got to play the game and talk to them. Maybe they played and talked to them before the official delay, and then they said to PC Gamer before the delay, they said it's only going to be 6 classes, right? But now since they delayed it 3 months, maybe they're like, oh, actually those 3 months enabled us to get in 1 more class, right? Who knows? And then they're going to be like, well, there you go. There's like all the ascendancies for all the classes that we're going to have in the early access. And then I can only decide. I can't really decide right now. I'm just saying that mostly I'm interested with what we know up until right now. I'm mostly interested in Ranger or Mercenary. One of the two. I don't know. But this will probably change in an hour and 40 minutes. I need to go get something to drink. I'll be right back, boys. Me waking up 25 minutes ago? Wait, what time is it for you, Shorty? Holy shit, is it like 5 a.m. or so? Scatter? Lol. Elon Musk just now, or like 3 hours ago, asked Woody if PoE 2 is super good or medium good. That's fucking crazy, man. Okay, I'm gonna go get my food. I'll be right back. And last night, so I was fresh for this. Cake W, man. That's some dedication. Okay, let's go. Okay. Let's keep going, I guess. I have made some Abendbrot. I have some Deutschländer sausages and some bread. How do you call this in English? In German, this is the sweet form of bread. Sniffer. And let us suss the fooch. What you got? How do you call this? A mini bread? In German, we do the sweet version of bread. It's called, well, a big bread, a normal bread is called Brot. And this is a Brötchen, which is the sweet form of, the smaller sweet form of bread. How do you call this in English? I don't even know. It's not a bread because it's a bread roll. No, this is a very small one, you know. I don't know if this is a bread roll, but yeah. I don't know. I really don't know how you call this in English. Yum? Yeah, that's yum. That's what we call them, bread rolls. Okay. That's a weird name. I would call them mini breads. I don't know, man. I don't like the lightning arrow. Oh no, can we do a lot of weird things? Kick W. How do you... What do you mean? It looks sick. Wait, they just logged out? They just logged out of Ranger. Okay. It looks sick. Well, I mean, it's very tasty and it's super fast done. Literally takes 3-5 minutes tops. It's not the healthiest for sure. But, I mean, it's also not unhealthy. Very quickly made. I love this. And it's awesome. Oh, who's talking about lightning? I thought you meant the food, Wilson. Lightning arrow? Nah, I think it looks like shit. I mean, it looks good. Like the visuals are good. I just don't like lightning arrow. I just don't like lightning arrow. The skill in itself. You know. Ugh. Holy moly. It's a froggy. Just waffle on about Brecky. The froggy, how do you call this? What is the name for this? This is a mini bread. How do you call it in English? I don't know. A bun. Yeah. You might be right, Wilson, yeah. Red roll. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. If you're being fancy. What do you mean fancy? I'm not fancy. Bum, bap, and roll. Bap. Kick W. Is it a bread bap? A bread bum? Or just a bum? Wait, you can't type? A bun. A bun makes much more sense to me, to be honest. A ditch. Frostbolt is doing a lot of damage. Look at this, 131. With just one link. This is the exact same build that I played at Gamescom as well. Like, this is Gamescom footage. PoE 2 is not out yet, Kataton. This is YouTube footage. But I'm great. How are you? Boot and Windows, I'm trying to make a plan with my limited knowledge of that stuff. Oh no. These animations, man. True.
Another question. Yes? Save my people.
Terrence, why not play game? Why do you go back? Yo, Hawk also has gotten a Valdo's puzzle box. Holy moly, man. Now I'm a little bit sad that I didn't get one either. But I also haven't done that much PoE content. I mean, it makes sense. Turn dropped a headhunter and a mage blood. I think he only got a headhunter. Mage blood was another person from what I can remember. Mageblood was actually one of the top racers, I think. $100 in PoE 1 hardcore SSF into $100 in PoE 2 hardcore SSF. You heard it here first. Are you going to start on hardcore? I mean, if I wasn't a streamer, I would also play hardcore, I think. For the start. If I wasn't streaming, I think I would also do it on hardcore. But if you're a content creator, you kind of need to, well, create content. And that's not going to happen if you keep dying on all the bosses. And also, I think the first person that is going to finish the campaign on hardcore is going to be a person that has played through it first on softcore. I have been confirmation about no XP loss on death. I don't know, the Froggy, but I hope it's in the game. I hope XP loss is in the game. Because that teaches softcore players that want to get to level 100 the important things. Because else you just build damage and just go, which is not going to work if you want to become level 100. I think, in my opinion, XP loss is extremely good, because if you want to hit max level, you need to start paying attention to everything in the game and not just maximizing your damage. I'll be right back. Or run Sanctum. Yeah, or you run Sanctum, exactly. Yeah, I think they're gonna make a death summary, Froggy. Like, I remember Jonathan saying that he wants to have this in the game, but he's not going to just take the easy way and is just going to display the last hit. He said they could easily do that in PoE 1. They could just very easily just display whatever hit you last and did the killing blow on you. But that wouldn't even give you the correct amount of information sometimes, right? So he says when he's going to make something like that, he's going to make it good. And I think they're going to do that for PoE 2. Maybe it's not in early access, maybe it is, who knows? But it's probably going to be in the game. I would imagine so. I'll be right back. League did it best. Oh yeah, for sure. Bought Govi Lite. I bought a new monitor, not a new monitor, but an additional monitor with a monitor arm. And I'm thinking about a walking pad. But I mean, the problem is they need to, I kind of want one that is foldable. I found some that are foldable, but they bring their own problems, you know. That's kind of I'm not like certain if I want to spend like 350 or 300 euros on something that is like not top notch. And I think if you want something that is top notch, we've got a walking pad, super useful. So maybe you need to answer some questions for me, Froggy, at some point. We had luck with yeah, like if you check this out, you see I changed the mic arm position now. I changed the mic arm position. Before it was like this and it was angled downwards, right? So now I did it like this. It's covering a bit more of the screen. But I mean, like, do you guys even care how much it does, how much it like fucking covers? I don't even think this is a problem, right? I think it kind of looks way more upwards than it really is because of the camera angle, right? To me, it's like almost like this. But for you guys, it looks like it's almost straight up, right? But it's actually not so straight up. And this way, everything is free. And this way, I saved like literally $200 KW. How bold is it to run a D4 campfire an hour before the main competition unveils the next gen ARPG? I don't know, Wilson. It's crazy bold, but Blizzard announced their campfire first. So it was GGG who announced it who announced it later. Yeah, D4 announced first. That's correct. Okay, so where's D4 right here? 239 people watching. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And exploration, and then from then on, like everyone from narrative to design and concept would talk about it. It's like, okay, we like this one, and then we can push it and move it further.
The Hollow family is made up of 4 members: the Swarmer, the Spitter, the Caster, and the Brutes. A big thing for me was that the family need to be overwhelming without just relying on pure numbers. So they're going to get stronger over time if you let them fester their hatred, after all. The Swarmer can teleport and attack you from behind, from the sides. The Spitter is a slug with legs. They spew out this vomit stream of goo. The Brute is the big hulking slow guy of the family. He has the shield that's buffing and making the rest of the army stronger. Caster is responsible for creating new swarmers. They also will channel onto a specific hollow and view them with extra hatred, makes them stronger and more deadly.
The Hollowcaster's role serves as an elegant, hovering, yet menacing dungeon character in the game, really informed many of our design ideas.
When we want to make a new variant, we want to know in which specific area we would going to see that character or creature. Readability is like the main focus.
Went through several iterations on the design, the texture, the materials, and the camera testing.
The day after she gave me like, I don't know, what was that, 10 different variations? I was okay, now we are talking.
The emission on the spikes really like did an awesome job to both on the silhouette and also to improve the readability. And in the end, we have the version that we were both happy with, and yeah, hand it over to the tech artist.
We had some really strong narrative direction in understanding how big of a role hatred played, and we knew that we needed one look to tie it all together. This hatred has one source, and it's all about Mephisto. For the Hollow specifically, we identified that we wanted to do some special work with the materials, with the shaders for those characters. Shaders are the code that runs on the GPU that takes in all...
Like, I don't want to make their work look bad or anything. I'm just talking about my personal opinion. But like all this work, just literally just cut it down to 30% and then invest the money and the time into something else. For me, personally, right? I literally don't fucking care.
Who really took that shader function and made it work in all sorts of different contexts. And we also have the hatred add-ons to these characters, these tentacles, these writhing hatred growths all over them, which was a procedurally generated process that was largely run by Sky on our team.
The Hollows boss was kind of born of this idea of what does a pinnacle Hollows really look like. We have the Hollows family, and that was pretty well defined by the time that the Hollows boss kind of came up for concepting.
Our artist Victor had a lot of cool ideas for horror themes and really wanting to push visuals with contortions and like breaking the neck of this monster all over the place.
That's where we had the option to go, like, can we push it and really
Looks great, like steps.
get that idea of what hatred and the
That's
Hollows
what
are
I'm
all
saying.
about?
Kinda.
Pinky black acre that latched on to a once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
This boss fight was really cool.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team, and I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from Diablo, and he's
Yes,
known
exactly,
for
Wilson.
creating
I
a
agree.
lot of dark imagery, and every time we want to have a monster or boss,
The problem is, you know, the problem is, yo, that looks cool. Holy moly. Is this how Diablo is going to look like in D4? The problem is, I think a lot of casual players really care about graphics. And also, a lot of casual players are not going to insta-kill every mob. You see what I'm saying? So there is kind of like a correlation between a casual player being able to enjoy graphics and them not being able to make the best builds, you know? If you just log in and you just don't copy a build guide from Maxroll and you just click some shit on your skill tree, then the mobs are gonna live a little bit longer so you can actually look at them, right? So it makes total sense to make stuff look amazing, in my opinion. Especially because I think that the casual gamer puts a lot of emphasis on a very high quality graphic. I think a lot of people go like, oh, the graphics are so good, you know? But I think the more hardcore you become, the less you care about the graphics at all. Right? So it just makes sense that when you're targeting more casual players, you focus more on graphics, right? Which I'm not saying that PoE didn't. The funny thing is PoE did probably exactly the same work as Blizzard does on their graphics, but they just do so much more on top, which is kind of weird to me. I don't understand how this works.
I was looking at the concept for the first time with the designer on the feature.
Yeah,
Charles,
exactly,
and we
Zafroggy.
were kind of in this stunned silence for a little bit,
Like-
because it was this reaction of,
Like, roars look like shit, but everyone knows how they look and appreciates them.
Typically, our monsters are bipedal or they're quadrupeds. How's it gonna move? We can't rely on walk cycles anymore. How's it gonna rotate? We can't rely on, you know, the built-in rotation stuff without it looking weird as hell. It was clear that in order to make this like animate and look natural, we were going to have to pretty much dive into uncharted territory. We wanted it to move in a very unique way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy, and just have like ridiculous animations as
Yeah,
the
that
tentacles
definitely happened.
We had that narrative and kind of drive
The Priestess of Hatred was super cool, but I don't understand why that is not an Uber boss.
We were doing prototyping before the feature even kicked off. Like, we were already meeting with animation and tech
Yeah,
to say,
agree,
hey,
Wilson, 100%.
We have this thing. We think it's really cool, but we need help figuring this out. So we had a lot of early collaboration, which was really what set us up for success.
When the animator came back with it, going from post to post rather than your normal animations, it was like, yes, that's it. That's what Hatred should feel like.
When you first find the Priestess of Hatred, it's going to look like a lifeless human corpse. And you're like, this doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled into a giant pool of hatred, and then out of that pool of hatred comes this giant mass of tentacles. And that is the boss. So after animation, it gets to come to me, and I get to do all of the really cool visual effects at the end, show what those tentacles are doing when they impact the ground.
Yeah, this boss fight is so good, man. I don't understand how this is not a boss, man. I really don't. Like, why is this not a boss in the end game?
Vomit attack is really gross because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
This PO2 predictions video 2 minutes before D4 Campfire. I watched this video earlier when I was eating.
You can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
The whole process made me feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
I gotta watch half of my way home. I love this, man. This does super cool content.
The eye on the screen has many functions.
It's a new boss from. It's in Vessel of Hatred, Michael. You fought it in the campaign in D4.
It's dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, you know. Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
Okay, log in.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat and with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well. Look at this. Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And he's not sure if he can hear me. Oh, no. But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the U.S. And
when is the PTR going to be, though?
Talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. but the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out.
Oh, that's good.
So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive
before
deep into
PoE2 launch.
patch
That's
notes
important.
for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of
3 days
into.
for
But I know
Season
what
7
we want to do
PTR.
is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Let's see what's going on.
Oh no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So Charles.
Yeah,
take us through it.
absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian.
It is
the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here. Specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been a
so literally
one of
just
my favorite builds
numbers
on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really we took some lessons from what we did on rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And as we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR, but I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And you know that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want to build. So an example here on Devouring Blade, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blade is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correcting energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning.
I mean,
stun
these changes are good.
And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more.
But like everyone will play Wizards, right? Anyway, so whatever.
All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork, talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season where we're making 2 uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a
they
like
didn't
a
compensate.
Ball, really.
That's the problem,
send it
Spyco.
Forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style to the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique,
Super Ball Lightning,
you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that causes it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique, and also has some additional bonuses to encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll
this
be able
is
to,
really
to
good
demo
though.
out on the PTR
Ball
as well.
Lightning can be cast while moving. This is really good though.
How you want to use Ball Lightning.
This is
Yeah, it really helps it
really
be a bit
good.
more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build.
Per
One thing I do wanna
active
call out here
ball,
is
okay,
the
that's a lot of
inherent
damage.
affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around at
You have
and
to
just
scream
keep
the
on clicking
name
that
of
Ball
the
Lightning,
word.
and
Oh
you're
my
not gonna
god,
have to,
what
like,
the
stop
fuck
like
is
that,
this, man?
very short half-second stop.
What the
to cast
fuck
it. It
is
just feels
this?
much smoother, and this is one that you really. This build is just wants to be on the move,
right?
And that encourages that.
I like this implicit though.
All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
Pure
like
werewolf.
mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf.
I like pure werewolf.
Wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is.
I hope this is going to be in PoE as well,
take a
where you
look
can
at
play
some
a
of these
high
updates.
attack speed
So we've got
druid
updates
that
to
is
Shred,
leeching.
the
That was
main
sick.
core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move
Yeah,
on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now, this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically, the identity was Poison Boulder.
Yeah, how can a stone deal poison damage? What the fuck?
Or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah,
I like what they're doing though.
Visuals for it too. I'm not sure
I like what they're trying to do here. Dirty stone. Oh my god.
People will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah,
that's good.
So,
I like that.
That one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because
this one is good.
As we see, like, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity.
On the full moon, you poop on
and
the
just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff, and this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for shred, you're going to do some bonus hits.
This is nice.
And it
oh,
looks
this
so
is
cool.
really nice.
Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full,
cool.
4
I like
hits.
this.
So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past, and you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of like just bouncing around.
Animations is cool. I like this. I like a werewolf build. I really do. I really hope this is going to work.
How you play also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them,
so far it's good.
And they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can.
I think that's cool.
They all get Hurricanes.
I like that.
And you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the rogue skill that I would say
ranked 22 out of 22
most other skills.
What?
And that was for a variety of reasons. And
What's
not
going
to get
on?
too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively
22
and thought,
out of
okay,
22?
we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And
why is it 22 out of 22?
They should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. they're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now, in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your druid companions or your shadow clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your shadow clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not
that's
just
good.
Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general.
This was my
across the game.
feedback. I said they need to make
But with
summons
Shadow Clone in particular,
lucky
we've
hit.
got
That's
a
gonna
new
make the
unique
game much
item.
more interesting.
And this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do
this
some
is
more damage.
sick, man.
And whenever
Shadow Step
you
Rogue
damage an
login,
elite
man.
or boss
Holy moly.
with a mobility skill,
This
there's
is
a chance
sick.
to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with
this is
with
this is
Rogue,
very very
just
strong.
like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too.
Shadow Step is going to
And
be
you're just gonna
amazing.
be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow Imbuement explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, caltrops.
Yo,
maybe the
this
skill
is
that
sick.
was the most kind of clunky on
Yo, this
control-wise
is
to
sick.
use.
God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly. So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the Overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some,
what? 120
an overpower
multiplier
once every,
for
12
overpower
seconds,
damage?
And or when you
What?
build for some bonus life. And now
Holy shit, man! What the fuck?
We definitely felt like these pure blood-based
Yo.
overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark. And, just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine. On to the next. We've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well, this time in the pants slot. And they're both going to be working with Bloodwave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Bloodwave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case.
I don't know if
pulling
this is
towards
good.
you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the
I don't know if
knockback
this is
crowd
good, to
control
be
of it.
honest.
Yeah, and it plays super well with that key passive.
Like, because you gotta be way
Absolutely,
more
especially if
tanky
you
now.
want to be using this for that big damage moment.
Casting Bloodwave.
Now the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will
Bone
trap
Spear
the
is now a
targets in
blood
a
skill?
bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now,
Necro is
additionally,
fucking
you see
busted.
We're
What
using
the
some bone
fuck?
spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the bone spear and the blood wave.
Insane.
And then casting bone spear reduces blood waves cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been
Yo, like a 0.5. Holy
multiple
shit!
Steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to
the Kapeleke text was also completely wrong, by the way.
We make
the after
some small improvements everywhere else to the
weird.
underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so with that in mind,
Look,
one of the biggest offenders...
when cast maximum vigor, your core skills consume vigor to return to full damage,
on the Spiritborn
but it has lost the deal less damage. Man, how can you put this into a presentation?
And
what?
It used to do reduce damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it
How
was
can this
1 to
happen,
3%.
man?
Now it'll be
Does
down
no
to
one double check this?
0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build.
It's not intended. It's completely wrong.
Of this item. It just won't
there is no
pushing
but deal
quite
up
the
to
same,
30% reduced damage in the first sentence, and it's still talking to that, although it's not present in the first sentence. That is
like that. Scaling in unintended way,
just a mistake.
Just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got new legendary aspect here, the aspect of endless talents. That causes you a razor wings to increase all of your eagle skill damage, and razor wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these razor wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot.
I don't know.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. The one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good. Gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scaler. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect,
That's
this is going to be a great
interesting.
way to build around it and a good reward.
I mean,
for
health pot
investing all those
refill
extra
is
skill
kind
points into it.
of really
I'd like to see us
sucks.
Add more things that incentivize you to
But
actually put some
I
points
like
into
what they are
skill.
trying.
Yeah,
they're
so often,
giving
you know,
tags to
sometimes
other
you
stuff.
see,
They're trying giving
if you just wanted
ultimate.
the
This is
access to the
good. I
utility
like
of the
this.
ultimate, hey, it's fine to
The
put in 1
concept
point,
is good.
right? You get 1
They
point,
are
you get
trying
the
something.
utility, maybe
I'm
you get
happy.
some buff from it.
It's
but if
not
you really
too
want
bad.
to invest in it, we want to make sure that that investment in those skill
I gotta
ranks
be
feels
honest.
meaningful.
The
and we
ideas
think
is
these
good.
rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. That's a good
All
idea.
right, we've also
doing
got
that.
some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got you know, a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apagic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row.
This is really good.
This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds.
I gotta be honest. But the problem is we don't have any legendary slots anymore.
We've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generate all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is
just
a good
reduce the amount you receive and kill the exhausted.
Power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that. Rather than every rune always just being a steady amount, we would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make
That
sure
doesn't make any sense.
When you do overflow, it feels really
What
good.
happens if you proc it at the end of the fight? It's just completely
So let's talk about some
wasted.
of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
I'm sorry, but that is
so we've
bad.
got, 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those. Those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chak rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those, it's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates. Lots of changes coming to classes. You know, there's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR.
I mean, they're trying stuff. That's good.
Really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with
me too,
UK. We can end up making any feedback
I don't
changes
understand
based
as
off
well.
of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is
I can hear you now.
Oh, there you
go.
I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR.
Okay.
So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know, like Adam was saying,
Borrowed power
really
returns. Very good.
Where y'all are able to
introducing
test and,
witchcraft.
show what's
Okay.
working and what isn't.
Okay, you got my interest here.
This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers.
Season 3, kinda, in my opinion, but okay.
Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your sanguine circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now. And
I like
tease
that.
out
That's
what,
good.
What
I
y'all
said
can,
they need
play
this.
in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season.
Okay.
Now, like I said, you know, the season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft.
That's good. So you can kind of go 3 paths,
witchcraft
hopefully?
is going to be pretty simple. You know, we wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you.
Hey, that's good.
And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. You're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for, you know, really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory.
Very good. They remembered.
So again, we're streamlining the process to
Thank you.
make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft.
Very good.
Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the
I don't
Coven's
like
Favor,
this.
you actually need to complete Whispers.
I don't like that
And
you have to
completing
do
those
one
Whispers
thing
will
and you get
increase
favor.
your rank
I don't like
and allow
this.
you to unlock rewards, including
I'm
items
not
and
a fan.
materials and things like that. In addition, new
They
to
made
this
the
season,
same mistake.
you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft, and then you
Ah.
will have new things you can learn from those altars. And
No.
then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course,
The
Resplendent
reputation
Spark
needs to be
nowadays can be
usable,
used from
earnable all the
crafting,
time, everywhere.
A random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques.
Now
using
everyone
a lot of
has
those,
to do Tree of
runes
Whispers.
that you can earn in the game.
Everyone has to do Tree of Whispers
All right,
now,
one
although you
last little
hate it.
thing with
That's not
respect
good.
to witchcraft. So we
That's
wanted to
bad.
try out something a little bit different.
Okay.
And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here.
That's good.
And
Try.
let us know what you think about it.
Yes, that's good.
Now, let's talk about
Try
some of
stuff.
the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're
Okay.
going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular.
Okay.
This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies, and if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful
I don't
Servant.
like it.
So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least,
I don't like it as
we've
well.
got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about.
Oh
This
my
is
God.
Piranado. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So yeah, that's a peek at some of
that's
the
correct,
witchcraft
Folky.
powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems.
Okay.
Let's talk about occult gems.
They're
And we're
making
pretty
it
excited
much
about
more
these.
complicated. I like
Occult
this.
gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build.
Hey, come on.
So
Season 7 looks
they
good.
can only be
Holy.
slotted in the jewelry slot.
This is good.
And so this is a way
What?
of basically having them
This
coexist
is so good.
with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between
This is
a royal
smart,
diamond or a
because this
royal
was my
skull and an
first
occult gem.
problem.
So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies.
Lol,
So if you're
Revan.
leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Dust Stone.
This is good.
This is a legendary one, so it's going to be
They
even
make
more
it
powerful
more
than
deep.
the other two I
They
talked
make the
about.
game more
This
deep.
Is
This
going
is
to boost
very nice.
when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for creating a certain type of build. And
This is good.
we are
I like
just
that.
really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with.
Yes.
I think
They gave
it's
us
gonna be pretty
more
exciting.
tools outside of aspects and uniques.
Final thing
Very good.
is we were doing a lot
Oh,
with the
they
Tree of
updated
Whispers.
Tree
We
of
got the
Whispers
witches around them,
finally.
So we thought, well, we should take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've
Looks really
updated
good
the
so far.
town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season.
Yep.
And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot.
Ah, so
that you
good.
don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have
This is so
access
good.
to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town.
Finally, it took 7
But
seasons.
in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache.
Very good
So obviously you
changes.
see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about.
Very, very good.
For the
I'm happy,
PTR.
actually.
So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer.
Yeah. Something to look forward to and to try.
Across the walk all the way back to the waypoint, get to the vendors and
I gotta be
everything. So
honest,
there's a lot of
boys.
big
Like,
changes
Season
with
7
that.
looks good.
And please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so
like, why
powerful.
would you not? Yeah.
Season 7 looks very good
Remember, we
so
added
far.
the ability to favorite waypoints
Yes.
as part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we've people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers, and and noticing some
Really good.
familiarities of like past Diablo lore.
Is there
And
an
I will say
endgame?
we'll
No.
be talking more about the story of season
But
7
at
as
least
we
the
get
character
closer to
builds are
launch,
gonna be
so,
cool.
players can hear more about kind of.
But there
like
is
the
Colin, you
origins
know.
of Diablo,
Colin
like
has
what
the
we've
good
been kind of
stuff.
talking about here with this story with Diablo 4.
Colin
So
Colin
thank you
has the
again,
good
Dan,
stuff,
for
maybe.
walking us through all the content that's coming with season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about.
Armory.
Mr. Colin Finer will
Log
talk
in.
And walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates. So I'll
Paragon
talk to them.
migration?
Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works.
Oh.
All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230
Yeah, that's
on the
true,
season,
UK.
all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mentioned this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's a Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about
51,000 watching, holy shit.
From 1 to 200, that's going
I'll
to
keep
be
it
tied,
open
the
on the
floor
side.
is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah,
that's really, really good.
It's always great getting a 4GA and then
rolling
1%.
Yeah.
That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like.
You
I
have
4GA.
11 minutes,
well,
UK.
My 1GA1 is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing. So we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively.
That's really good.
Yeah,
really good changes.
So that should help quut a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is Ancestral Legendaries. They are now going to, when an Ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the Legendary Aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate Ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, Ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an Ancestral drops because it's always the best
Very good.
top end ranks of that Legendary.
Man, season 7 looks good actually.
We saw
I gotta be
lots
honest.
of conspiracy theories on
Looks
Reddit
very good.
of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end.
Yanni.
And this just makes it easier and better for players in being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
GGG is not live yet.
And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the Ancestral drop rate
Nothing
across
yet.
the board.
9
they're not gonna
minutes.
be raining from the sky, but
For
it's
GGG.
definitely a pretty substantial
I'll be right
increase
back.
that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one. So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral. once you get into the torments. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes or every class has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots, and in the past when you hit level 15, you get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there
you don't
will be
need
a
to do
pretty
the
juicy
class
reward
quest
if
anymore.
You do choose to do it, but you're going to get that
I
mechanic
like that.
right off the bat.
That's good.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic.
I think that's good.
We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time.
Armory, let's
I'm
go!
level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Because Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring
Season
it to
7 looks good,
so,
man. I'm actually
everybody's
hyped.
gonna
What?
Get this update. Armory is going to allow you to
I'm not even kidding.
That's
Season
gonna
7
save all
looks
your
fucking
equipment,
good.
All of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. Can even name it.
When I saw-
and what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible.
When
in
I
the
saw
end game, right?
the-
So if you're really liking your
Nah,
fireball build, you've got this
that's
really
not
sweet,
correct, Ava.
Ball lightning unique. Now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that ball lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecking or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one.
Yep.
So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building this up, but it's so much easier to swap between them.
Yeah,
so
this
much
is
easier
good.
to explore all of the new build possibilities.
When I
that-
saw the
that we introduce
fireball
every season
changes,
with
I
the
was
new
like, oh my
items
god, I
and
was
updates.
Doomer.
Absolutely.
But Season
And
7
it's in
looks
all the
actually
main
good.
Towns. It's even in the training rooms.
Gotta
which
be
is
honest.
Very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Very good.
It'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up. If you're playing a druid, you don't have to.
4
go
minutes for PoE2, boys.
Clicks to change out your Paragon. So
I'm
and I
watching
think one
here on the
thing
second
I
screen.
do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. This is a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So, want to make sure that players actually do get.
When is Season 7?
opportunity to test it
End
during
of January.
PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch
21st
2.1, the final
January.
patch itself.
21st.
But for the PTR, it won't actually be.
So 21st, we're gonna log in for like a week or two, and then we go back to PoE2.
Plan controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So,
Because there's still no endgame, right?
Tons of changes coming for season 7.
It's looking very
Obviously,
good.
all the class changes, the
But
ultimate
still no
changes
endgame.
that,
But it's
Charles
gonna
talked
be a
about,
very
the
fun 1
balance
to 2 weeks, and then we're
items
out
related
again.
To that, new rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers.
Okay, who's ready
and, of
for
course, the new
fucking
gems,
PoE,
the evolved
boys?
gems.
Holy
so
shit.
We want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before we
okay.
PTR updates. I forgot.
Oh,
sorry, I forgot about PTR updates.
What is
I can't even
PTR
follow my own
updates?
Agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam.
I thought we're done.
We do actually have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because
3 minutes.
As you guys remember,
Or 2 rather.
With 2.0, the prior PTRs.
Oh,
we did
nice.
character copies before.
Oh, very
copies
good.
From your main
This is nice.
accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy, and it was like weeks and weeks in advance, and people are like, "Whoa, this is like my Barb from like." You know, it feels like yesteryear.
They're all going to tune in themselves into PoE stream.
Now we are giving the flexibility of players being able to account copy
this is good.
On demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be
Look
able
at
to
this,
actually,
boys. Look at this.
account copy
Holy.
over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters from your
Holy
normal
moly,
account
man.
and move them
PoE,
over. There are a few
log
caveats
in.
we do want to mention though is that
Look
it
at
does
this.
replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times.
Free
but
MTX
each
as
time
well.
you do that, it
I'm
does
swapping
replace it
over
also.
right now,
You can
boys.
bounce
Let me
between,
know.
You know, PTR and like your main.
Let me
account
know
on,
if you guys
the
are
normal
getting
game
drops.
servers. And let's say you get new
Are you
gear,
getting drops?
You can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe
Please let me know.
everything on your PTR when you do that. If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over, and you actually use the account boost or the
Okay, 1 minute, then I'm switching, no matter what's happening.
Just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those.
Why am I nervous?
Just be careful.
Why am I
We'll make sure to
nervous?
note that all in the blog so players are aware. But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
Definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have.
Okay,
for
they gave us
PTR,
boosts.
obviously.
Okay, thank you. Okay, log in! Where are the logins? I want to see the logins. Are we watching with chat? Are we watching like this? To see everyone pogging like crazy? Are we watching like this? Why am I so nervous? What's going on? What the fuck? Why am I oh my god, I'm so nervous! Without chat? No, I think we're watching with chat. Oh my god, 30 seconds. I want to see the hype in chat. Oh my god, it's going. Oh my god, it's happening. Why am I so nervous? Ah! Mommy! Mommy, it's happening. Ah! 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Just what are we facing here?
Oh my god.
A relic of the old world.
Oh my god.
Ready your men, Captain.
Oh my god.
We'll only get one chance.
Ah! How's the sound?
Remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Is this good?
summon!
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here.
What the fuck?
Okay, chat is a little bit degenerate.
Blade up!
As always.
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here? What is this?
Uh-oh. Monka?
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Yo, it's the beast.
What is it?
Okay, it's the beast corrupting everything. I was right. Holy.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Okay. Okay. That's Tyrell. That's the Count. The Act 1 end boss.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th.
Log in!
But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect.
Is this live?
So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Is this live?
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent.
Are you getting drops?
Are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
Yeah.
Some have said my methods are brutal.
That's Doriani, right?
This, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Yeah. The escape shot is so nice. Okay, Monk. Sork. Warrior. Come on, give me Shadow. Give me Shadow. Give me Shadow. Ah! There's no Shadow. There was no Shadow. Oh, Incinerate. Oh! There was a time
We are
freeze.
faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Did you see that? Oh, what is this? Yo, those are... What is that? Yo, this is maps. Yo, Atlas Tree. Breach. Yes. I love Breach. What is this? A new boss? Your maps have skill gems now?
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Okay.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access.
Oh, let's go.
Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game.
Yes.
This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Yeah, he's reading from a prompter.
For
yes.
20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Yeah, 6 classes probably, huh? Why did she have a helm?
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren...
No, what the fuck?
plains of the Vasteri Desert.
Oh my god.
And
oh no,
into
it's
the
effing.
jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenges.
Uh-oh. Oh no, what is happening?
Challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
Oh no.
It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
Blizzard Didos.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet
Lol, all
strange
the
characters,
primes. Look at the
forge
primes.
unlikely
What the fuck?
bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Okay. I think we're stable now.
Early access will initially have 6 classes available.
Oh.
Let's have a look at them.
Okay, 6.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Yeah, it's like, it's fucked, boys. What's going on? Am I still okay? Is my stream okay? Like, look at all the primes. What the fuck is going
To get
on?
new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills
Look at the
available in
primes.
PoE2.
What the fuck is
You can
going
choose an
on?
existing-
Look at the chat. Look at the fucking primes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Look at all the primes, man. What is going on? What? Oh no. Are the supporter packs live maybe already? Let's see. Oh no. Oh, Path of X. Oh my god, it's live! Wait, it's live! Wait, the supporter packs are live, boys. Supporter packs are already live. Let's look. Lol, what the fuck is this? Baby cowbell pad? That's... Im Stream, weil 200.000 Leute. Can anyone lend me $480? Okay, let's look at these. King of the Faridun supporter. Thaumaturge of the Vaal. What is the big one? Warlord of the Karui. This one looks sick. There's a Kiwi pet. No, they didn't. Oh.
Just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who power intends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves. Active skills for quarterstaves. So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
Holy moly, what's going on?
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are runes, lost runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, Resonating Bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. It will shoot out wind projectiles.
What is going on, man? Holy shit.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Why is it skipping everywhere?
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness.
It has a two-hander and a shield, by the way.
If you
Look
want
at
to go
this.
a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells.
Oh, even spells.
While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Now, we knew that, though, Froggy.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash.
Oh.
If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
Okay, nice. That's very good.
Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Oh, this is so nice.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out.
We can
But
give
by
them away,
endgame,
then.
You're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
So fucking good, by the way.
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal
The animations.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends.
Oh, percent spirit.
And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come.
When?
There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Good.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's
How
huge.
about mine,
There are over
Forky?
1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
Okay, nice.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand.
It's
but
real.
doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
A two-hander with a shield is amazing. Holy
Or how
shit.
about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
That's OP.
Or
Everyone
perhaps
will
you can
have a
full
shield in their
curse setup on
offhand.
your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate
that's
the
so
many
good.
optional encounters you can find.
I like that you can
Some of
see
them
this.
have permanent character boosts,
This is so
and
good.
others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act.
Okay.
Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Yo, look at this bow. What the fuck is this bow?
One of the things we think is
The
really
crossbow,
important
what
is
the
to make
fuck?
these options available to use as you play.
Did you see that?
All the items that add mods are much more
Holy
common
shit.
than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required.
Notes, holy shit.
The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
I love Lucy.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
Okay.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Log in.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame,
This looks
even if you
amazing,
find them
man.
early on. And
What
as you
the
can see,
fuck?
every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities.
Okay.
Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan.
Oh my god.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks.
Lol.
Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Not a fan of Warrior at all.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her
all of
flask
the
charges
ranger
to throw
shit.
explosive bottles that deal various types of damage.
I'm not a ranger
bleeding
fan.
concoction will make your enemies bleed, while
Oh,
a
no.
fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Oh no, man. Fuck, Mercenary needs to be
Contagious
good.
Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
I don't like
With
any
Pyromantic
ascendancy
Pact,
so far.
You can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon.
Yo!
While
Okay.
in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Okay, dude.
She can also become a Blood Mage, a
Ooh.
master of life and energy.
Okay, that sounds
All
good.
Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike.
Bro, am I playing
With Faith
Blood
as a
Maiden?
choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar.
Oh.
Each
that?
time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but
please
which job
be good,
suits you?
man.
You might choose to become a Witch Hunter.
I like that.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits
Oh,
in exchange
no.
for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access.
I don't like any.
But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Fuck. What?
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
I don't like any of them.
Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
I was right! I was right!
Once you have earned your coin, you may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
I called it. What? I called it after Gamescom. I said Valhalla is the Ascendancy
In the Trial
thing.
of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master.
Yeah.
For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in in-game each week. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Smart.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Crawl.
Okay, gotcha.
Where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Crawl difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Okay, releases Act 4, Act 5, Act 6.
To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Holy shit, okay.
This is the Atlas.
Yeah,
and
it's
it serves
pre-recorded.
as the core of the endgame
Yo.
for Path of Exile 2. It's
7.
infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Oh, nice. That's so good.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Good.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
That is insane.
Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
Nice.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's
Nice.
worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content.
Nice.
We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach.
Nice,
If
I
you
love
played
Breach.
PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Flicker Strike looks amazing.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare.
Holy shit. Oh, these are the hands. Oh. Monka. Yeah, that's a big monka. Holy shit.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We
Lol.
won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
Lol.
But rest assured,
That's so
this
nice.
is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's
Yo.
not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are
Holy
sacrificial
shit, man.
sites
What the
built
fuck
by
is
the
going on?
mysterious King in the Mists.
Look at my
If you encounter
notepad.
this
What is
symbol
going
on the
on?
Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle
Holy
boss
shit.
of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle
fuck?
encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you.
Holy
Step
shit,
through the
man.
looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain
I think I have
your
to
nightmare,
play warrior,
which
to
is
be
as
honest.
profitable as it is terrifying.
Shield
Everything you
and
kill will
two-hander.
increase the rewards
Log
that
in.
drop. However, the
Everything
deeper
else
into
I
the mist
don't
you
like.
travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome.
Maybe
Rare
Gambling
and unique
Legionnaire.
enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons
Oh,
who will
fuck.
manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
Rip light.
Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it.
Nice.
There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself.
Yes, Forky.
In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want
I'll
to
do
take
it on
advantage
hardcore.
of its progression system,
Easy.
relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have.
Okay, that's
a body
insane.
armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a
Nice.
significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame.
Is this
It
the
is clear
Giga
from
boss?
the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys,
It has
so you
to
will
be
need to defeat them.
the beast,
Each
right?
faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones.
Oh, yeah,
Be
what the
careful.
fuck?
If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But
What
is there
the
a tree you
fuck?
get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This
Oh
is
my
Path
God.
of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2.
Holy shit.
As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic.
Nice.
Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
Nice. That's good.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In
Oh my
Path of
god,
Exile,
it's a
you can decorate
hideout,
your
man.
hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Yo, that's nice.
The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile
Nice.
1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic,
This
they make
Kiwi
the
looks
perfect
cool.
sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too.
The hoodie is
By
nice.
becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose.
Okay, dude.
Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
Nice.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin.
Nice.
The Deliverance crossbow skin. The Justice flail skin. And the Redemption shield skin.
Where's the flail?
Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclass's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player.
Oh, nice.
The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date.
That's so good,
These
man.
supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Yo, look how much I noted, man. Look at this. Look at this. And I missed like half of it easily. Holy shit. Oh no, no, so
the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content.
This isn't live.
It was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that.
So smart,
and
man.
It made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. Like that was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, like environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, like just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, like, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
Like, I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are like, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't seen anything yet.
True.
But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not a game now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Is, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
More to come. Holy shit!
Especially when it's all like people have to learn a lot of things again.
Well, and in the
it's going to
frame,
be very
look.
interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4
Oh, it's
pinnacle
perfect
content.
in the frame.
It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. Could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay. Have we got this? Is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For sure.
A relearning period.
They said trading is possible.
PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic. What have you done? Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out.
Holy shit, man!
And
what the
I'm
fuck?
like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast. And you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Yeah, like obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when I mean, we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I'm really, I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe. No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. I mean, look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be,
of course, 4K,
like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for like a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about like the, playing for a week
or
how long
100%.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will
Yuki,
be thinking very
do
differently
that.
to people who are obviously going to
I
experience
aim
this
for
new
like
game, but
10 to
it
12
is a new
hours
game,
first campaign
right?
rush.
You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play
Not
to
more.
immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine.
Oh, you
But
always
should remember,
ascend,
there's a lot
UK.
of game to play here to discover,
You
to
don't
learn,
play the
learn about the
base
world,
class,
the
you
new
always
narratives,
ascend.
the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the end game systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, you know, it's up to you. Play at your own pace, see how you want to go, learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people, but
nothing for casuals.
I certainly want
just play
to
everything.
Really, I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process.
You can play everything.
100%.
Why not?
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah,
that new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think, you know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because, like, you know, 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased... you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be.
The new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that like all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be scramble of like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like, you know, that's always scary, you know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. You know, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours.
Yeah, but you don't care about
it
in EA though, Forky, you know.
What can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all.
Oh no,
which is
double
awesome.
audio.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentencies, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have, we know what we want to do.
It's
with
a bit
all that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming out pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got some of the way, a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. Right, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible.
This is so good.
Yeah. Try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out.
Holy moly, man, they're so good.
Very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing. Like actually getting back into that and like being able to sort of see directly like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yep, surely. I fully agree.
Honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus, we have other systems in there like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of
Borge, thank you so much for the sub, man.
The end game, Act 1 has been tested like
insane.
crazy.
We're gonna be blasting,
right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people. They've just been around for less time.
I don't know, UK.
And so it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so, when you're on that fine line of, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to flasks since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so that there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily
So we've got Leech edition number 475 is how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about it giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, it can give this or this whatever. But there's like seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
That's crazy. I can imagine.
Got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do on Dex.
Good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Make it reduce shipping costs for physical support
Rewinding
items.
a little bit.
KW.
We can't forget our roots
True.
with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. And we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough.
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this
At
game.
50, I think, Forky.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially
Look at the
this
socks,
time.
Man.
But once you release,
They are
you
the
have
cat socks.
a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
So, like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well,
10 is good.
Look, we have
10
several
is not
bosses
bad.
with several
The
elevators.
fuck is that scared?
How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am
Well,
liking
maybe
my
it is okay.
mercenary
Nobody knows.
flashbang
You can-
knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this from he's
Stay away
just
from my
finding fires
Grenada.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and it there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Under your belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling
for one
game here a bit.
package, Forky.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of I guess like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in, all of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts, there's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well, not in early access, unfortunately, later on that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that
you don't
when
need
you're playing a second time
to get the physical goodies. You can just get more
points. We don't want to feel
if you
annoying
want.
the second
Yeah,
time.
we were talking about this morning. About
Yeah.
You don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm a personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, like because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still
shipping costs
that we still
are
have
now
that, because ultimately, we're a game
higher than
that
usual.
People to play through many times.
A way
so
around
ideally,
it.
we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For
And
sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact
Yeah.
story-wise.
So, like with
That's wild.
we just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
Well,
tons. There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like, we should make that a class. And then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely, come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy. Like,
Holy shit.
that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name, on the Warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and you know.
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2, and effectively you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So
Mm.
and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything
Yeah.
that might incentivize you to do that.
Mm.
But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's
Yeah.
fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the
It is-
Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile
Yeah.
1. So it's mechanically very similar,
Yep.
but it's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic,
Yeah.
in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively, the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum, which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively.
Yeah. So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I did
just-
pass
just-
on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite
Not
like the Trial of
boots.
Sycamore,
It was
but
a charm,
knowing that there's
Forky.
other choices.
I
Like,
think
do
he said.
Ultimatum instead or something like that. That's fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So
Yeah,
fully
right.
scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah,
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend an ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes. Taking this power, it seems. So,
bossing in Righteous
we
Fire.
Have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the, like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are
RF is going to work differently a little bit.
One.
Right? Yep.
And is there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
And things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are,
Like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, this is, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet. And I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Kelm's heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Kelm's heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket, Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like Maxroll or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like. Okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there.
We are writing on stuff right now.
They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point they'll just be different, right? Like originally way back when we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could, obviously things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could,
would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About stacking charms.
So it's just, here are, 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like, here's the PoE1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and just didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come up with, like, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports to that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the you know, actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like it's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplier. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground. Then
yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah,
you know,
like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. You know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
You have armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
Just, you can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast Frostwalls and all
but they didn't say they removed it,
It returns.
They said they have 7 endgame things in the early access starts,
Even
and they're
finding all the
adding
stuff
more.
so far has been really fun, but yeah. I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha
It doesn't
I've done
mean
is
it's not in the
being
game.
multiplayer.
It's
play with
just
other
not
people.
yet in the game,
It's
mostly.
good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
But I mean, both are standing still
try and
stuff,
see
so
what we can break.
that might be the reason why they are
Just for good
gone.
fun.
Especially because
Honestly,
Anoints
the
are
thing that's
now
like hard is to
somewhere
then,
else.
Because you get this thing, which is quite interesting, where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
it's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making games, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful?
No, UK,
or
that's
have
not
I found
what they
something
said.
cool and it's broken?
They want to
you know,
release
and
in 2025.
Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation. Because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good. People reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, you know, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have 5. Here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my pierce, whatever, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have mandatory, here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. There's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick 100%. The one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor,
Yeah.
But it's like,
exactly.
it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as this prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. You're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. That kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. If you're looking to be able to the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. We absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
yeah, I know,
still
no, that's a lot.
many
I mean, because
major
even
skills.
Yeah, you got what, like
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those
class.
for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. Yeah, I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not, you don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like,
all staffs, wands, and
oh, yeah,
scepters
the
have a
staffs one,
skill
exactly,
baked
right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like, because the staffs one and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like, that's another, how many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Yeah, true. Tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah.
Someone
And
chat
those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's going to make people actually want to use it.
Now,
so yeah, you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
And I need to pee, but they don't stop.
So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics,
like relics.
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you
alleged,
then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the atlas tree because they're not really part of the atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling?
Oh no.
The things that are icons on the
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them further than as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. But that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do just all in one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league. For all of those.
To ship to Australia? Holy shit! Where are they shipping from? Alaska?
For a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree. I would say very much so to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well. But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of
find.
But effectively, as long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable. By using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach notes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right? But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other
so
things.
They're making it in Switzerland, then maybe. Okay, huh?
And so when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool. like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty
Making them in
introduces
Switzerland
something
is
ideally,
dumb, though. That's expensive.
Without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing you shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is like, the harder you make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players.
Well, it's not only me. Okay.
Because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like, we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here, because what we'll see is, like, if we find that, like, there's only, like, some particularly abusive, like, only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that, because we don't have the crazy history. PoE does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like, a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute Atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So like you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You've got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Into
the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, hunting down over 100 maps.
I'm doing so many notes, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, now you're hunting,
Look at this.
You're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers, there's not really that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We haven't become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we don't? There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining that are in the marker, just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
you're picking your pathing and your path.
Yeah, exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
basically at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on
and you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
They'll be like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences and things like that.
So initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have just completely random stuff that doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally, we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE1 connection.
So... We've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like, I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Val artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, yeah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well, look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where
Minimum
you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. I don't. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these like, awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, you know. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got, there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like, when we actually get there,
committed.
What's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2?
I need to piss so bad.
Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more item types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item
Exactly.
as well.
to bring the bottle,
that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still
times.
reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah,
You've
we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got annulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping.
But you can't farm them.
There's the cool things about it as well,
so
which
I
is the
think
subtle
there is
things,
a
like,
normal
boss
balance.
is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because, again, rarity affects that
rarity
as well
matters,
now. So you're, like, way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. and like enjoy, and you know, like, and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because
At
I don't know if
8
that's
p.m. my
intentional or just
time
luck.
in Germany.
Because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they
so
are
effectively-
farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. Like, we want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
Them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to
Gotcha, UK. Thanks
you know,
for staying.
to
I'll
get
see you
that
tomorrow
stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, you know, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, you know, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and you know and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. You know, I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts.
Yeah.
So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization,
it's
the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. Yeah, there's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, you know. So
So I was worried that you know some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead end.
Yeah, effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, that like, oh, like it feels intentional, right? Like, oh, I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. You know, like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just you know, it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. So you know that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and you know and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that like some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Like definitely for us as well. Solved a lot. Like we're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea. You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place. Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done. I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the like?
What do you need to 6-link, Revan?
To like other things like maps or waystones or even gear.
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
and
so fixing that like fixed a lot of the it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
it
accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well, I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade, and for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, So I mean that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one.
There's no colors,
and
all
then
white.
by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
where to get it
as well, right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
and there'll be a separate solo self-found mode presumably even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo
We'll
stuff.
have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great.
Right.
Good. That's good to know. It's like the other way.
You have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
Yeah,
now that we
how does that
have, because
work?
I know you've changed them recently.
So bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Spirit is just for all rest, has
less
nothing to
crowd
do with
controls,
links.
Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived, between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
Now,
again.
in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't
Okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay,
right.
And you just kind of jump back in
and
have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing.
Yeah.
Now, Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire, or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep. Now, it is worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
Yeah, he's 100% click to move. He is very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
feeling
it's a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go just to start thinking. Just start thinking about that.
It's a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
there's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, if we break it down from the betas,
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's
Yeah.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, you know, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk
that's,
playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would
that's
say.
interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class. It's
I don't
really
know.
cool.
I've been loving the mercenary,
Yeah.
but to me, it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe.
And
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
don't have that
really
ability
like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So
playing.
you know, it's just whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction levels.
Warrior's
and I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
two melee classes.
Exactly,
right now.
exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gone a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
Yeah, melee.
I just have a like real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Time freezer. Okay.
I liked that I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah, some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to
Yeah,
play
they
around
have so many
with
of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind
Yeah.
and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of
Yeah.
you. For,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
it.
even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to
Yes.
1 o'clock here, so
There's still,
you know,
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. So
I don't know, you
thankfully, we
can-
didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that's
So
we can actually
good.
have a
I'll
conversation.
sleep.
There's no pressure on
and
this
I need
one.
to make
Wrap it up.
1,000
Yeah,
videos.
Exactly. So you know, that's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Oh, patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly,
You can't have patch
exactly.
Where's the
notes.
launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. All right. Yeah. And
No,
thank you very much.
Thanks
Great.
heaps. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah,
Can't wait to play.
it's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
Yeah, it's true.
Launch now.
sorry.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. That's all. All right. I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
you never know.
Holy moly, man. What the fuck was that? That's something, man. Holy shit. That's a lot of stuff to digest. Amazing. Okay. I'll need to go sleep. Then prepare all the videos. I have tons of videos to make. I mean, if you look at the notes here, holy moly. We are in for a treat. We are in for a treat when this game comes out. Holy shit. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.